Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Somebody about my football.
98.5 The Hub!
Bruins are back from the West Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome in to the Toucher and Hardy program. No Toucher, no Hardy, no Wallach this morning. Instead, we're off and running on that wonderful week between Christmas and New Year's. It's Alex Barth, Andrew Callahan, Kendra Middleton with you. As we get going here on the day after what was a busy sports Christmas. We'll get to that in a bit, but it is the day after Christmas. So merry belated Christmas to you guys. Andrew, Kendra, hope you guys had a good one.
I don't think I asked you off the air. Did you have a good one?
I did.
I know you worked.
Yeah, I was here most of the day, but I had a good Christmas Eve. I got to do Christmas Eve with the family and then sleep in for like the only time I'll get to this week, so I'll call it a win. How about you?
Good. Do you have a Christmas Eve tradition? Like we always did one present the night before, a little tease. And some people are like, oh no, we kind of go all out for Christmas Eve. It's drinking with the relatives. We'll do at least half the presents, and then Christmas is just like slow recovery day.
So being Jewish, it's Chinese food. That's the tradition.
Beautiful.
You know, get together with the family. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, one of them. So that's pretty much it. Usually watch a movie.
Do you go to the movies?
Whatever's on. What's up?
You go to the movies?
We did a couple times. Haven't in a while. It's a good way to spend it. I ended up meeting up with a friend, and we met up down at Legacy Place. And I was like, why is it so crowded here? It's Christmas Eve. And then I noticed a movie must have been getting out. All these people coming out of theater. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. People go to the movies on Christmas Eve. That's a good one. There is good stuff to see out right now. Like that Bob Dylan movie looks like it's probably pretty good with major sports fan Timothée Chalamet, as it turns out. That guy's last month has been...
He is awesome.
Yeah, he came in on game day. That was fantastic.
So good. He did his homework, too. I was really impressed. My family has some weird Christmas tradition. We eat chicken curry on Christmas and have been for like 60 years. So we always do that. So I ordered out yesterday, but we were a Christmas Eve family, too, for sure.
6-0?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. A long time. But it's like redneck chicken curry. It's like... They do like the curry sauce and everything, right? But then we have like boiled eggs and bacon and stuff like that as a topping. So it's like white trash, but also
Is this like a Jacksonville thing?
I just think it's a Middleton family thing. I don't know how it started or why, but genuinely, honestly, over 60 years probably. Since my dad was like a kid and he's almost like 70.
It sounds like a what's left in the pantry curry.
Yeah.
Like, give me some bacon, a couple of eggs are back there, just like throw it all together.
Stores closed. What do we have left? That's probably, who knows? Maybe that's how it started.
Maybe.
Oh, it's Christmas Eve. We need food. This is all we can throw together. What's the best gift you got? What'd you get?
Honestly, I don't know about you guys. Like, I'm 33 and bald, and neither of you are bald. But the point is, it's a little awkward for me opening gifts sometimes, unless it's directly from my wife. Like, my parents do not need to get me anything, and they express love through gifts and some other different ways, and same with the in-laws. So I'm very, like, bottom line grateful for this, but I'm like, let's open this as fast as possible. This is very nice. This is very sweet. And amid that, some Omaha steaks, great new travel bag, and best of all, though, time with my 1-month-old niece.
Oh, there you go.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I got an REI gift card because I'm going to Costa Rica and Ireland in the next couple of weeks. Well, like next 2 months. So I need like a couple things for those trips because it rains a lot and I'm going to be doing a lot of hiking. And in my move, I somehow lost my hiking boots. So got to break in those before I go to Costa Rica.
It's crazy how every time you move, you just lose stuff. And it's like, you'd think it's so easy because you're cleaning everything out. So there's no furniture for things to be under. There's no furniture for things to be in. That's all coming. It's just floors and walls. And yet stuff still gets lost.
Yeah, I don't know how that
every
happens. What'd you get? I mean, I know you're Jewish and
right,
things,
so
but...
We did...
Night one of Hanukkah.
Night one of Hanukkah was last night, but I was working. So I'm still TBD. I'm so bad at it, though, because, like, my mom will text me every year, what do you want? And I'm always like, I don't know. And then, like, same with my birthday, like a week after, I'm like, oh, that's what I wanted.
Yes.
So usually what I ask for is more time to think of what I want.
Okay.
Because, like, it's the only way I'm going to figure it out.
Just plan ahead. Like,
I know I should. I don't know what it is. Like, I like you, like I'm 30. I'm like, what am I supposed to ask for? Like, I guess clothes. I don't know. I'm not asking for, real gifts. I actually don't mind getting clothes. I'm one of those people that's like, yeah.
No, I got some too.
I don't want like socks, but it's like, nice pair of shoes, new coat.
I don't want
like
that at all.
No?
No clothes. Don't buy me anything. I'm too picky.
See, I will take the socks. I'm very happy with socks.
See that, but and like you're like fashionable. Like I have no sense of fashion, so it's like, well, if it's not good, like I can't be blamed. It's like, well, somebody got it for me. I didn't pick it out.
That's
although usually like the stuff that I get is good. The stuff I get for myself isn't. But I'm like, yeah.
Shouldn't that be the opposite?
No, I have no sense of fashion. I've been told I dress like a sports writer, and I don't think that was complimentary.
No.
So
you know what's? I think there's your answer for Mom though is more clothes.
Yeah, that's usually what it ends up being.
Yeah. Going back to losing things in a move.
Yeah.
You guys ever lost a passport?
No, and don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby, because I am going to 3 different countries in the next few months. So no, please don't say that.
I have not lost it, but I let mine expire, which I didn't realize. And
oh, no.
It is a lot harder to renew when it's expired than when it's not, which I am currently learning.
And you have to travel
progress,
within 6 months of your passport expiring, or you can't go anywhere.
You have to what?
So if your let's say you're going somewhere and your passport expires in 6 months, you can't travel because of immigration laws or whatever.
So
you
why
have to
not
have
just
it updated.
say it expires 6 months earlier?
That's how. In case you didn't know that is a real thing. You keep staring at my shirt, don't you?
No. What is your shirt?
Oh, I thought you were staring at my shirt. It's a Glitter Boys shirt. I know that it looks weird.
Oh, I'm making eye contact. Do I look that tired?
We all do.
God, make me sound like
I don't
such
know how
a jerk.
these guys do this every day. Credit to them. Well, there's also the
well, hold on. The reason I bring it up, I lost my passport. It's the worst thing I've ever.
That's
this is
brutal.
So this was 4 years ago. It was my second year in the maybe 5-6 years ago. Second year in the city. I'm moving. Can't find it. It's the pandemic. I don't need to go anywhere fast. So this is a bummer, but it was coming up to renew. By the way, 2012, I had this terrible college breakup beard on my face. Then decided to go take the picture, which thankfully that finally expired. It was just goatee. It was terrible. And anyway, so I found it recently, last month. I'm officiating my best friend's wedding, and it's in this folder that I kept a notepad in. And that's where I printed off and scribbled it. And it just slid from this pocket I didn't even know existed, because you open it up and you got slots for your pens and you got the notes on the right side. And then we start the ceremony and it just goes, shoop. I'm pausing. People think I'm choked up. No, there's just my expired passport I thought I lost 4 years ago in the middle of the most important moment of my best friend's life. And there I am gawking at something no one has any idea about.
That's almost got to be a relief, though, right? Because you don't want a passport.
I was going to say, nobody stole your
one.
Identity.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing bad happened. Have since traveled abroad a few times with a new one. No breakup beard, which is a bonus, especially now that I'm married. And, yeah.
See, I still have to get, because even with traveling, you need to have that real ID thing. And I went, so last time I got my license renewed was the day before the pandemic. And I didn't have the documents or whatever to get real ID. I was like, give me a regular one. I'll be back in 2 months. I'll get the other one.
Ooh.
And then, 2 months later, you couldn't. The whole world shut down. So
and who chooses to go back to the DMV, Barth?
I wasn't really going to go back in 2 months. I was going to run that string out as long as I can. I still am. But
you don't have a real ID right now?
No.
You can't fly like that. Do you just fly with your passport?
No, they keep putting it back. They keep pushing it back.
Extended.
Oh, my God.
Because there's lazy people like me who they know. I'm just until you make me do it. Kyle agrees. Kyle Fabrizio agrees. Until you make me do it, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go stand in that line.
I can't relate to anything less. I'm the type to get it done and not worry about it.
Maybe that's what I should ask for. Go wait in line for me at the DMV.
Does your driver's license expire the day before or day of your birthday?
Probably, yeah.
Why?
I think
because I have the same attitude that Barth has with that of I don't have to get to a passport's a different deal. I would love to go to Spain with my wife. I need a real ID. I need a passport. I'm going to get that done. But otherwise, if I just need to renew it, it's
I think it depends on when you do it. I think because so many people do it when you're 16 or whatever, the day of.
Right, you get it on your birthday.
Exactly. So it continues to chase those dates because that's when you renew it. But my license right now isn't my birthday because when I moved to Mass, I had to get a new ID.
So I did too. This was issued July 1, but then they have it expire on my birthday, which is not long thereafter.
I'm pretty sure mine doesn't, but I'm going to look right now.
They just want to make sure, we got to wish this guy a happy birthday. He's not going to call us and let us do it, so we got to get him in here.
Come to the happiest place on earth.
They should just have, cakes.
Oh, my God, mine is my birthday.
Yes.
This expires on my 30th, which is, a few years away, but yeah, this will
You're
expire.
going to walk in. Good morning, party people.
Yeah.
I need a new ID.
No, I'm just going to renew it online.
When you go, they should just give you a cake. Just assume everybody there, it's either your birthday or right before, right after. It's like, welcome to the RMV. Here's a cake.
Yeah,
Blow out your candle and then take the picture.
Part bakery, part motor vehicle. Welcome.
Yes, that's a great idea. Yeah, this was issued on 8/27, so I figured I'd get like the 10 years, but no. That's so crazy.
All right, we're bordering dangerously close on giving that personal information over the air. So we are off.
I already had to
and
move
running here.
once because of a stalker this year. Let's not do that.
We're off and running here on Toucher and Hardy. No Toucher, no Hardy. It's Alex Barth, Andrew Callahan, Kendra Middleton. Like I said off the top, big time sports day yesterday, especially for Christmas. There was a lot going on. We'll get to the Celtics. We'll get to the rest of the NBA, the NFL. And was there maybe, I can't believe I'm going to say this, was there maybe too much sports going on yesterday? I know.
Boo.
I know.
Tomato, tomato, tomato.
Well, I saw some tweets from one of you that leads me to believe I might be on the right track. So what happened last night coming up next here on Toucher and Hardy.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
The question always comes up, where to take your vehicle for reliable.
Mr. Christmas, 33 and 12 assists. And for the first time all year in their title defense season, the Boston Celtics have lost 2 consecutive games. The final score, Philadelphia 118, Boston 114.
Did you catch a game last night?
Grandy last night right here on the Sports Hub and the Celtics Radio Network. Celtics fall 118-114 to the Philadelphia 76ers. Toucher and Hardy, no Toucher, no Hardy. Alex, Barth, Andrew, Callahan, Kendra, Middleton. Since we have 3 football people in here, we're naturally going to start with the NBA because it was Christmas Day. It is, as LeBron James will tell you, their day. It is that league's day. We'll see if it stays that way. We'll get to that in a bit. But the Celtics lose. They've lost back-to-back games now for the first time this season. The last team in the NBA to check that box about a month after everybody else. They've now lost back-to-back, 3 of 5, and I think it's 4 of 7. So they're a little backed up here right now. The difference was last night, the 3 was falling, which it wasn't in their other losses. They just couldn't hit a 2-pointer last night. They couldn't gather any momentum. Every time they put a run together, the Sixers answered. Now, look, are the Celtics still a great basketball team? Yes, absolutely. Are they still a title contender? Yes, absolutely. But if you thought they were going to get through the entire season, 82 games, and not have to make any adjustments, I think you're kidding yourself. That's just not how sports work. And they've kind of hit a spot now where it's attention on Joe Mazzulla, and what are you going to do to wake the team up? Maybe it's just a blip, maybe it's not. So my question to you, Andrew Callahan, watching the Celtics yesterday in the last few weeks, are you lowercase W worried? It's a rough patch, they'll get through it. Or are you capital W worried? They're not supposed to be losing like this.
Lowercase W. I'll give you a capital D disappointed, though.
Okay.
Christmas Day, everyone's watching you. I get you need a little push down in Orlando. No Tatum. And granted, they're missing Paolo and they're missing Wagner down there, both Wagners down in Orlando. But this was your bounce-back game. This was you're at home, no excuses, favored by 11, and you go out and lay an egg. It is worth mentioning that Caleb Martin's black magic has not gone away since he went from the Heat to the Sixers, going 7-9 from 3. And obviously, as we heard from Grandy, Maxey goes off. But the thing for me that I'm curious about, because I think part of the schedule is just the dredge of this, right? We're hitting late December, early January. They're the best team in the NBA. They know it, and you know it when they're not giving good defensive effort on the floor. But that's not the part that worries me. The Celtics took, in the first 30 games of this season, their approach of bombing away from 3 to an unprecedented extreme. And this is part of the league now, right? You're stretching it further and further out physically beyond the three-point line and also by volume of your shot diet. I think teams have started to adjust to that, where 10 years ago, this would be bad basketball. Like, rim protection, obviously, still important, but they're extending themselves out even further. And obviously, the Celtics, as you mentioned, shot well enough from 3 last night. They did not in Orlando. To me, I'm curious if there's an adjustment on their end, as opposed to just more to counter as teams start to catch up and be like, no, they're committed to the bit in a way in the math that is unlike any other team in the league. How do we change our defense to account for that? And I think opponents are.
And you mentioned the part of the schedule they're in. So they had the Sixers, they have Indiana twice and Toronto. That leads them up to New Year's. Then they come out of the New Year break one day at Minnesota, at Houston, at Oklahoma City, at Denver. So they do, I think, need to make an adjustment. They do need to figure out, and this has been my thing with them really going back to last year, and I know they won the title, but nobody's perfect. The plan A is great. The plan A is fantastic. But when plan A is not going to be there 82 times a year, what is the plan B? Because they don't seem to have a consistent one they can fall back on. And I think that's the great problem to have if that's the one thing you're missing. Oh, we do our first thing so well that the only reason we can't win is when we have to do something else. But at a certain point, you're going to have to do that. And I think it's test on Joe Mazzulla. Kendra, lowercase W worried or capital W worried about the Celtics?
I would say also lowercase W worried. My thing is that this Sixers team had a really weird start to the season. Obviously, all the drama with Joel, but he's really kind of entered his villain era, and that kind of concerns me through the stretch of the season. Is the
villain era tripping on the rope thing by the bench before the game and falling on a kid? Is that part of the villain era? Did you see that?
I did see that. I saw that on Twitter, actually. But I think that Tyrese Maxey is going to be the dangerous one in this duo for them. I think that he's really come into his own the last, couple of weeks. But the thing is that when Tatum Brown and Derek White all have good numbers and you still struggle like this, that's a concern for me. But the biggest concern is the Porzingis situation. He cannot stay healthy. He cannot stay on the court. He's kind of rivaling Joel Embiid in that way. And the thing about this is that, okay, well, last year you proved that you don't need him. I think plan B is maybe to shut him down and just let him get healthy the same way that they did last year. Like, you proved that you didn't need him last year. I don't feel it's that different this year. You're getting insane production from pretty much everybody. Even Peyton Pritchard is, I think he was minus 500 last time I looked for Sixth Man of the Year. Obviously, he's had a little bit of regression in the last couple of games, but I just don't see why that can't be the case. Let him get healthy. Obviously, he's not 100%. I don't think you need him. Obviously, you're going through a big stretch coming up in the new year, but I just think that he's so important to get through the postseason, especially as we see, Orlando. Orlando scares me. Cleveland scares me. Milwaukee's figured things out despite their 15-game weird stretch to open the season. The East is getting tougher, and you're going to have to be healthy when it matters, and that's just not right now, in my opinion. You
mentioned Porzingis. You know who Porzingis is reminding me of a little bit? Don't shoot the messenger here.
Oh, no.
Chris Sale.
Oh, stop.
Really good player, but like every time he's out there, you're just kind of like, just make it through the game. I'm with you. Like, I don't need to see, and you got to play him because you don't want him to be rusty, but
I mean, they didn't last year, and it's fine.
I don't need to see Kristaps Porzingis on a Tuesday night in February against the Charlotte Hornets.
No.
I don't.
I think the load management point is fine, but the Chris Sale was two parts. Like the Albatross contract, right? As soon as he signed it, you're like, oh, you need to do 2018 and 2019, 2020, 2021 to live up to that contract. In addition to, he was the reason you showed up at the ballpark. Like Kristaps Porzingis is number 4 in the pecking order for the Celtics right now.
I just mean more like I get that vibe watching him where it's like every time you see him, it's like every time he gets up, you're holding your breath.
It's because he's on toothpicks for legs. He's 11 feet tall. I have thicker legs than him.
And another lower body injury for those big guys, 7-footers, you're just like, can you not? And it's a different version of what Embiid's dealing with, but just all of the weight that they carry. Like, the human body's not supposed to look like that.
No.
It works out very well for the Boston Celtics and Kristaps Porzingis' family and the generational wealth that they have, that he shoots like that, stands like that. I'll say this, though, too. Like, talk about the effort part. This team always needs a push. They're 11-5 at home.
Yeah, that's...
And 22-8 overall.
They were supposed to... It wasn't like undefeated at home one of the things that was on the table this year when we were talking about this insane season they were going to have. And you see it from Joe Mazzulla, like you had at the end of the Bulls game on Saturday, right? He starts going after the rep.
Crazy.
That was nuts. You even kind of saw it get a little chippy yesterday, and I think maybe Joe Mazzulla is looking for that spark, but I think the dog days are part of it, which is, again, why that stretch, Minnesota, Houston, Oklahoma City, Denver, that's not dog days. That's national spotlight, finals preview kind of stuff. Like, if they're not showing up for that, then maybe the W starts getting a little more uppercase.
Do you think that there's a place where the Joe Mazzulla style starts to hinder them? Because he is so headstrong, and I think that he kind of likes the fight about sports. That's been very clear, the way that he's kind of messaged things through his interviews with Zolak and Bertrand and stuff like that. Do you think that it gets to a point where that mentality maybe starts to hinder this team?
I do think it's probably exhausting to keep up that level of intensity for 82 games, however many days a year, to just be that like apex predator kind of I'm out here for blood approach, especially when you're going out, against a team at the bottom of the standings. I keep saying on some random Tuesday night, it's like, yeah, we're gonna get this team that has 5 wins at this point in the season. They don't know what they're in for. No, they probably do.
I just don't think that that's like the players that they have on this team. Like, Jason's a nice guy, Jalen's a nice, like, they're nice guys. Like, I get that he probably wants to get that out of them, but I just don't see that mentality working with this specific group forever.
Well, I think that's actually why it works best, right? Like, how many times have we discussed either on air or off about, like, it's a passive group, where's that alpha? You miss people saying Marcus Smart, the heart and soul of the team, and then he goes and you win the title because that heart and soul wasn't good enough when you're going to get out toughed by the Heat. I like that there's a little FU in Joe Mazzulla. The point, though, about could he wear in the team, I could see that in a way that, football people here, we're going to see this Saturday. Jim Harbaugh's got like a 5-6 year shelf life, and then everyone's like, I'm kind of done with this.
Yeah.
We need to move on. I do think that kind of general approach works much better in college, as a college coach once told me. The secret about all of us here at this level is we're all a little bleeped up, right. You were just so committed, not just like you cried, but like something went very wrong when you were growing up, and this is kind of where you put all that energy into it. And so for Joe Mazzulla, like I like that edge. But I'll be curious again, like how do you sustain this? Because I think you also have a fatigue team. This team has been making runs into June or at least late May now, year after year after year after year. That's additive, even if they're professional athletes.
And then you have the Olympics for some of the top players as well. So
did you have the Olympics though?
For some of the top players. Well, look, it's a lot of travel. Travel's exhausting.
No,
Tatum still had to go.
And they were in Abu Dhabi.
Right, they
on
went to
top of
Abu
that.
Dhabi, and then it was Tokyo, right? They were in Tokyo.
Everywhere.
And so that's why the bench is important, and I think that's why they've fallen off here a little bit, because the bench has been struggling. Mark in Medford has a thought on that. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, so you potentially have... I'm sorry, guys. I hope you guys had a good Christmas, by the way.
Mark in Medford.
Metha. So you got potentially the odds-on favorite for sixth man of the year. And, pretty much Peyton Pritchard's job is when he comes on the court, it's to bury threes. And we all know that. 0 for 8 last night. So I made a post on social media saying, okay, the Celtics just lost 2 in a row to not good teams. Okay? And a friend of mine commented back and said, well, they're just going through the motions. What the hell does that mean? They're going through the motions. You got to win games.
Thanks for the call, Mark. I mean, it goes back to that dog days thing, right? When you're playing all these Eastern Conference Finals and NBA Finals games, it can be tough to get up for a game in the middle of the season. And I think with Peyton Pritchard specifically, we all kind of know that his start wasn't going to last. Like, he's a good player, but that was astronomical.
And I'd rather them, if I'm a fan, be playing their worst basketball right now and not in February.
Right.
Or March.
Or April even.
Yeah.
Going through the motions to his question is like what you just watched.
Yeah.
And even Joe Mazzulla calls out the defensive effort. And you just go, as much as they love this game and they're paid to play it millions and millions of dollars, a game in late December does not mean nearly as much as even when you get into March or April, and then certainly, obviously, May and June. That's their attitude. We know we're good. We know we're the best team in the league. We just won the title last year. I don't have a whole lot to prove. I was just bummed because, again, for December reasons to get up for a basketball game.
Christmas gifts.
Christmas. The Sixers.
Yeah.
Bury them. You just had a bad loss. They were all right there, and this team is still like, meh.
Those were gifts to kids.
Yeah.
Like those were some kids' Christmas gift was to go see the Celtics on Christmas Day. And I don't agree with. I thank you, Mark, for the call, but I don't agree with Mark in the fact that the Sixers aren't a good team. I think that they've changed that trajectory as of late. I don't think that they were a good team at the beginning of the season, but they're definitely on the come up, especially because Joel seems to be getting healthy and Tyrese Maxey is kind of him at the moment. So I will let that slide a bit. But that was probably some kid's Christmas gift. Like, you've got to show out for that. Like, that's how you keep, and not that they have any trouble with fans, but that's how you keep people entertained, is that you win on Christmas Day when someone went out and spent $500 to sit in the rafters for their kid for Christmas.
Any thoughts on the other games yesterday?
I watched the Lakers and the Warriors last night, and that was an incredible game. I don't know if you guys watched any of that.
All of them are good games. I mean, you start with Spurs-Knicks, it was like, holy
Oh, my God,
smokes.
Wemby.
Yes.
I watched that game, too. I had that on my laptop.
The league needed that, too.
Yeah.
I feel like the league needed. They got, honestly, 4 competitive games. You could say Celtics-Sixers was the dull game. I'll say, we were talking about the guys with stick legs earlier. Wembanyama is so fun to watch, but, man, how long is he going to last? I hope, him, Chet Holmgren, guys like that, sometimes they don't.
Chet already went through.
Right,
know?
But Wembanyama on the floor as advertised.
Christmas Day, what a Christmas Day game for him. That was, I don't remember who it was, but somebody tweeted that he had the classic LeBron type of Christmas Day game yesterday, and that's absolutely true. He has got to be the jersey that him and take your pick, probably Shea from OKC, those were the jerseys that were under the Christmas tree yesterday for kids.
I still feel bad for the NBA, though. Like, I think we are the rare show this morning that's doing NBA first because, again, bad Celtics loss and then not getting into the football because you had football live on Netflix.
Playoff implication football.
Right.
I was about to
Beyonce.
say. And you stole my transition there. I was about to say,
I'm teeing you up.
We're alley-oop at home. We opened Celtics because we're probably going to be football the rest of the show, not just Patriots, but the NFL decided to wedge its way in yesterday and gave us a lot to talk about, even in 2 blowouts. This is why the NFL is king. The NBA had 5 games. They were all competitive. We did our 20 minutes on it. The NFL had 2 games. They were both blowouts. We're going to do that for the next hour. We'll leave the NBA on the table, 617-779-0985 if you want to join us. Chiefs, Steelers, Texans, Ravens reactions next. Here, it's Barth, Callahan in Middleton in for Toucher and Hardy.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, party people. Lots of sports obviously going on midweek. We just got to some of it, but first and foremost, obviously, as we just talked about, not a Christmas miracle at TD Garden for the Celtics yesterday. They fell 118-114 to the 76ers. Big point, Kristaps Porzingis did not return to the court for the second half due to an ankle injury, and the C's are on tomorrow at TD Garden to take on the Pacers. And as we are about to get into some NFL stuff, the Kansas City Chiefs wrapped up the AFC yesterday. Home field advantage is theirs in the postseason after their win against Pittsburgh. Travis Kelce passed Tony Gonzalez in career touchdowns in the game as well. And in the late game yesterday for the NFL, the Texans offense was shut out in front of Beyonce. Embarrassing. Lamar Jackson broke the QB rushing record previously held by Michael Vick in his 13-year career, and your final was Ravens 31, Texans 2. Thursday Night Football tonight, we have Seahawks and Bears with kickoff at 8:15, and the Patriots take on the Chargers on Saturday, not Sunday, Saturday at 1 p.m. Your expected injury report today is going to be Kyle Duggar, Ben Brown, and Marcus Jones. I skipped over this in my NBA section, but the Lakers' Anthony Davis also suffered an ankle injury last night and did not return to the game. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. I'm Kendra Middleton, and your next update is in 30 minutes.
More Toucher and Hardy on the way on the Sports Hub.
Hi, I'm Charlie.
late in that game. But
Alex, if you don't know, no one in
that's
this studio
right.
Yeah,
knows.
I was gonna say. Also,
I could see you being scoregami, guys.
I do like scoregami, but I honestly thought that in the break. I was like, I got to ask him about this. 31-2. But come on, it had to be. And then
it was not. It
did,
happened 2 times before. First time since the merger. Last time was September 19th, 1965.
Wow.
So you remember it well.
I
yes,
gotta give
exactly.
Fabrizio
I definitely
his
pulled that
flowers
off the top of my head.
for that rejoin. That was good.
Well, so that's Kendra's big take is that the Texans got exposed in front of Beyonce
in her
at
hometown.
home. In their hometown too. Supposed to be the shared hometown. Did not one of those entities put on for Houston. The other one did not. And
Lamar said he would.
You were talking about the Texans getting exposed, and I'm not going to sit here and say they didn't get exposed. I don't think they were the biggest fraud yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's a crazy. I think that's a crazy take.
I think it was the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think people part of it is I think the Ravens are better than people give them credit for.
Without a doubt, I have a Super Bowl future on them.
So to lose to and look, I know the Chiefs only lost 1 game, but think about the way they've won everything. To lose to this Chiefs team by multiple scores, who does that? You're supposed to lose to them at the last second when there's some nonsense from the refs and a field goal hits off 3 goalposts and a bird and goes in. You're not supposed to lose to them definitively. And they did that. And I think that team, they lost a lot of talent in the offseason. They were kind of just throwing things against the wall at quarterback to see what would stick. And look, Russell Wilson's stuck for a few weeks there, but he's starting to backtrack now. I think the Texans are a 10-win playoff caliber team. I just don't think they're the caliber of the Ravens. I never bought into the Steelers from the beginning. I think they benefited from an early schedule easy on. They really didn't play any division games till late in the year. And I think the Steelers team you saw yesterday is the real Steelers.
Let's stay with how you started that, though, which is crazy. You're not supposed to lose to the 2-time reigning Super Bowl champion, 1-loss Kansas City Chiefs like that. And what you said, I said crazy, I think some people are nodding right now because of all the one-score games that they played. But we know you're talking about Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, one of the best defenses in the league.
Right.
To me, what this speaks to is not just the Steelers or the Texans or even the Chiefs, who everyone's like, oh, what's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? They're 15-1. They're fine. Okay?
Right.
They're going to be fine. The whole league, I think, is a little watered down. Right? So if the Chiefs are a fraud, what does that make the Steelers? Because I agree with you. I never bought into the Steelers team. I'm glad when they're better. I think the league is better when the Steelers have a good defense. You know what to expect from them. It's hard to go in. We all get to watch the terrible towels flying around at 425 or whatever game you're going to watch there. But if Russell Wilson's playing quarterback, this version of him in his career, I'm sorry. You're not getting past the wild card round. Somewhere that Mike Tomlin has also not been since 2017.
Right. He continued his stretch of seasons over 500, and they're competitive. And maybe when I knocked him in the offseason, I didn't give enough credit to Tomlin, but they're not. I think that the Ravens are a real contender. The Chiefs, because of Patrick Mahomes and because of this defense, are a real contender. You saw the difference between a playoff in both these games. You saw the difference between what a playoff team looks like and what a Super Bowl contender looks like.
I have a couple takeaways from this game. My first being that I think that the addition of Hollywood Brown changes this Chiefs team a lot because obviously they've suffered from injuries and they no doubt have been able to work through it. And that's, to... You
mean Tyquan Thornton didn't do that?
I was going to say, and that's to Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid's credit, and that's basically it. Just because of the way that they've been able to win games. I will say, though, that without a doubt freed up Kelce yesterday. It freed up Xavier Worthy. It allowed Xavier Worthy to play a different role than he's been allowed to all season. But that being said, I think that the Mahomes injury thing, do you guys think that was real?
No.
Me either. And I mean,
yeah, maybe his ankle hurt, but it's late in the year. Everybody's
hurt.
And wildly overstated.
That's the thing. They made such a big deal about it. The injury report, everything. I think that was a load of crap. But I think that he puts this team over the top, especially because they're going to be one of these teams that's going to get healthier as this season continues to go on. But I think what happened yesterday, and I don't hate your take about the Steelers. Yeah. I think it says more about the Texans just because there was so much crap about the Texans winning the Super Bowl and CJ Stroud and everything like that going into the year. But after yesterday, I think Pittsburgh could seriously be a team that might be looking for a quarterback to trade up for coming up in the draft because, you look at Pickens, he's already, a top 7-8 receiver in this league, in my opinion. Now I look at how Jalen Warren played yesterday. I think that they are a team that could go out there and try and draft a quarterback and really try and turn this around in the next year or so.
Well, let's see what this means for the playoffs now. In the meantime, Pickens top 7-8. That is, I think my eyebrows have been singed off. That's wild. Pure talent. I think there could be a case. But look, if we rule out the Steelers, we take out the Texans. What that really means is there are 3 teams in the AFC that you care about. It's Baltimore, It's Buffalo and Kansas City. Am I wrong?
No.
No, and isn't that what it's been from the beginning? I guess Houston maybe, but
No,
I don't think
Houston.
we knew.
They're so hurt.
Because again, the way people were talking about the Steelers a month ago, it's like, oh, this is built for December football. Run the ball, play defense. We're in December. They just lost 2 straight.
Yeah.
And neither game was that particularly close. Granted, losing to the Ravens and the Chiefs is not any sort of like grand sin, but you have 3 teams in a 7-team bracket now with this expanded wild card playoff. This is my old man take seeping out and getting ahead of ourselves. There's just the NFL is too unwieldy. I think in the playoff structure, I think in the schedule, and so there aren't that many teams that I care about. And sometimes it's just how the season goes. But Kansas City is one of them. Buffalo is one of them. Baltimore is one of them. And each one, if you want to make they're a fraud case, you could do it.
Absolutely. With Buffalo, to me, so Kendra, you said you enjoyed that game because you hate the Texans. I enjoyed that game as somebody who can't stand Josh Allen because finally...
Can't stand?
Yeah, I can't stand. I can't stand Josh Allen's fans more than I can't stand Josh Allen. I don't like the way he gets talked about. CBS had the graphic during the Patriots game where they put the stat lines of the quarterbacks. They included Drake May's interceptions. Josh Allen's, of course, didn't make it on there because we have an agenda to push.
Who's your MVP right now?
Lamar Jackson.
Yes,
and I am
he
has
secured
been
it yesterday.
He has been, but he needed that national TV game to remind everybody he got that yesterday, and I'm glad he did.
Yeah, I don't think that you can break Michael Vick's record in almost half the time that it took him to set it and not be considered for that. Don't get me wrong. I think Josh Allen has had a great season. I think that if the Bengals defense didn't screw Joe Burrow over so hard, he would be in this conversation. But yesterday, it is Lamar, and it's not even close for me because there aren't 3-4 weeks left in this season. This is the end of the season. This is it, and that was your final push.
I don't know that Burrow's entirely out of it because on production, he probably is the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
And if they backdoor their way into the playoff...
He's out of it.
Yeah?
I'm sorry. It's done.
I'm with Callahan.
I'm sorry to undercut the case that you're building, but for a team that barely makes a playoff, that's basically including half of the league, as great as he's been, because this is part narrative award, it's part team award. If you really want to be honest, and this is not the name is most valuable player. Are you bringing the most value to your team?
Right.
Probably right. That's never how the measurement is gone, though. Who had the best season?
Well, I guess you're talking about it being narrative driven. Look, I think Lamar locked it up yesterday. Just for the sake of the argument, you talk about the narrative. This Bengals team, especially that defense, really is not good. Joe Burrow dragging that team, kicking and screaming into the playoffs, is going to get the attention of some voters.
I think a couple third place votes.
Fair enough.
Maybe some second, and I think deserved.
Yeah.
But first place, I just think it's a little bit too little, too late. And even if the production is unbelievable, you could point to a lot of quarterbacks over the league who had those statistics. Many want to go back to kind of more like Dan Marino, or even some seasons where Phillip Rivers is leading the league in passing. You're like, oh, that's really good. And statistically, speaking of statistics, Alex, you ready for this? Because I know, and I don't know how Kendra feels about EPA. But you want to talk about more advanced metrics. The more we learn, the better we get. Josh Allen, ahead of Lamar Jackson still by EPA per play. 0.321 EPA per play, 0.304, which I'm sure people just tuned out listening to me rattle this off. How about QBR? Virtually identical. 77.7, 76.8. So I don't know if he locked it up yesterday because Josh Allen still gets the Jets and the Patriots. He might not play that finale, which we'll get to in a second. But it's still very, very close by a lot of the advanced metrics, which account for things like people omit. Oh, the rushing yards, the touchdowns with Lamar Jackson, which is more of a complete picture that you're painting.
Well, isn't this what we did last year, where Josh Allen had the advanced metrics numbers and Lamar won, and all the analytics people came out and said, no, you got it wrong. I go back to the Tom Kerr and Aqib Talib quote, people who would rather read the box score than watch the games, probably like reading sheet music as opposed to listening to the song.
Wasn't the word hump in there sometime too?
I've seen a few different versions. I originally thought Aqib Talib actually said it, and Tom had to correct me because I can believe Aqib Talib saying that. But just eye test, man. And you look at head-to-head because the Texans still have a very good defense as much as they've struggled.
Yes.
They gave Allen hell.
Right.
Lamar tore him up. Also, Allen didn't do great against this Patriots defense. Lamar won't face them, but it's kind of a what have you done for me lately sport. That game's going to be there. That game's in recent memory when the votes come in.
So the thing for me is I personally look at it like, all right, if I'm schoolyard pick'em right now for a game tomorrow.
Lamar.
Callahan?
I think Lamar.
Yeah. That's
who right now is my MVP too. Like I don't say this to kind of push back because I disagree with you. I think the conversation's a little bit closer, even when statistically, the ones that rattled off make it close. But if you want to go to the more traditional stats, I mean, Lamar's still ahead of him in total passing yards, certainly total touchdowns. You could argue he always got better weapons, and that's why in a worse defense, so he's got to play catch up more. But this is where the narrative comes in. Like, voters are just not going to want to hand it to him a third time, and it's not personal. You just want to keep things fresh. And I think Josh will have an opportunity against the Jets, probably his last serious game of the year, to be like, I'm going to run this.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
You also get that factor when you start talking about a third MVP. We did this with Brady for years. You can't, and LeBron, this is the LeBron factor, some people call this, you can't just be the best player in the league. At a certain point, you have to surpass your own standard to win MVP. And I do wonder, I don't think Lamar's there yet. I think if he wins this one, then you start to talk about that. But even by his standards, because the turnover numbers are down. What is it? He responsible for 44 touchdowns and 4 turnovers this year, something like that. Like that. I know that the new thing is turnovers don't really matter, and if you're good enough, you can get by them. I'm sorry, I'm old school. Turnovers still matter. I think that's just something people made up to defend their favorite quarterbacks when they started turning the ball over. So
yeah. So I want to piggyback off of your lack of weapons thing, because I saw a lot of Texans fans crying last night that so many of CJ's weapons were hurt, but he's been in a sophomore slump all year before that even started. And I'm sorry, I realize that he's not Patrick Mahomes and D'Amico Ryans isn't Andy Reid, but I'm not willing to give you that excuse when I get that Patrick is, in the conversation for the GOAT, but when he's made it work without receivers or weapons all year long, I'm not willing to give you that benefit of the doubt. On top of that, not only did your offense get shut out, the only other time that's happened all season long was the Saints on Monday night. That is the only time that's happened. Every other team that has had horrific scores all season have at least put up a field goal.
I think the one thing Lamar has to hope for is that the voters were watching that game yesterday when it got out of hand and not the NBA, because it was tough to switch back and forth. You had one on cable. You had one on the streaming service.
Yeah.
Was it too much? Dare I say, was it too much? We'll get to that next year. It's Toucher and Hardy with Barth, Callahan, and Middleton.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
bridge, they decided to have me and my brother hold on to a lot of items, and that included a couple of TVs. And then they just, I guess, forgot or whatever and got new TVs. So I have like 4 TVs in my apartment and a bunch of, Roku sticks, Fire Sticks. So I'll get all 4 of those things going. College football Saturday, March Madness. I say this as somebody I will watch all the games on at once. But Christmas, it's an NBA day traditionally. It's also people are with their families. They have stuff going on. Did the NFL wedge its way in there? And look, the NFL is king. I'm sure those games are going to have great ratings. Are they maybe testing us? Are they pushing it too far with how dedicated people are to watching NFL football?
No. From their standpoint, from my standpoint, yes. Like I want to have Christmas in addition to a day where I just OD on sports. And yesterday was supposed to be both. And granted, I was driving in the middle of the day and trying to split time with different families. But you can't enjoy all 4 of those games at once, even 2 of them at once. Like the only way you do that at home is by watching Red Zone, where Scott Hansen has the wheel and you're riding shotgun and he's pointing out all of the sites that you need to see. Like in this instance, if you're watching those games simultaneously, you're going to miss something. I don't want to miss anything if these are good games with really good matchups, which granted, in the NFL, they didn't pan out, but the ratings will be great because Netflix paid $150 million for those games. Not to mention all the talent that they pulled away from other networks. So yeah, it was too much. We said it at the top, like we're going to do 20 minutes in the NBA, which had 5 awesome games, and then the rest of the show on football, which was like,
See, I'm an NFL nerd, so I would choose the NFL no matter what was on anyway. I do enjoy that historically it's always NBA on Christmas. Like that's what it is because it allows me to relax a little bit more because I love the NBA, don't get me wrong, but I'm not as invested in it and I can just sit back and enjoy it and hang out with my family and that type of thing. I will say I am working an insane stretch with yesterday was my only day off for a long time. And I told my family, I was like, love you guys. I'm going to go home and lay in bed and watch 37 screens of sports. Have a good day. This is my one day to not have a brain after breakfast type of thing. So that's what I did. But I realized that most people aren't like me. And if you are on the opposite side of that coin and you're more NBA than NFL, I could see how this is really annoying. So I am with you in the fact that I want to consume all of the, I guess, quote unquote, Christmas magic of the broadcast. I want to be able to hear everything they're saying. Because if you're not me, you, Barth, those types of people who have 7 screens to do all these different types of things and you're probably out with your family, you're probably pretty pissed that you missed, a great day of sports. But everybody's going to pick the NFL every single time for the most part. So it doesn't really matter what you do. Like they want to get in, they want to have that cash grab. And I will say I expected after the Tyson Paul fight for the Netflix broadcast to be a total bust, but I thought that it was awesome.
Yeah, I was kind of bummed by that just because it would have been funny.
Yeah.
But and that's the other thing. It's on the
rooting
streaming
against
service.
Netflix.
Well, I need to get retweeted by Jake Paul again to get my numbers up.
I missed that.
Oh my God,
So-
you missed that? He
Yes.
went wicked viral.
When the Tyson Paul fight happened, Antonio Brown of all people, he's up there in a suite. He's streaming it on his phone off the big jumbotron there at AT&T.
That's how I watched the first 2 minutes ago. I need A, to go to bed if I'm being honest. B, I was like, this is not going to end well.
So I watched the second half of the fight that way. And I noticed at the end, because you can see the counter, 6.6 million people screenshotted it. I was like, good job, Netflix. 6.6 million people watched it. And 2 days later, in the middle of the Patriots game, suddenly I'm quote tweeted by Jake Paul. But that's the other thing. It's on the streaming service. You can't go back and forth. Look, I'm going to watch the NFL whenever they're on. I think most people will. Is there a tipping point? I don't know. But I do feel like this is maybe the start of the NFL trying to find out and seeing if the product can be oversaturated. Because here's the other thing that yesterday's games did. And this started back during the pandemic when they had to move games around. We know they know the schedule to have teams play on Monday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. They've now checked Friday off this year with the Black Friday games. They've now checked Wednesday off, how Wednesday scheduling works. Tuesday, you do this remix schedule again with teams playing the next Monday. They can pretty much play any day of the week they want now. And Sean Grandy was actually talking about this last night during the Celtics game. Are we going to reach a point in 10, 15 years where we look back and say, they used to play all those games on top of each other at 1 o'clock on Sunday? That's wild. It does kind of feel like the NFL's testing the waters of being a 7-day-a-week league at some point.
It does. And look, from a business standpoint, when you've got a product where, let's be honest, like football is an American addiction. Okay, and I say this as someone who makes a living off of talking about football, writing about football, reporting about football, analyzing football. I love football. I just wish that I longed for it a little bit more. Like the easiest, laziest analogy you could make is if you had pizza 4 nights a week. We all love pizza. If you don't, leave the studio or the producer's room. It's just to say you wouldn't miss it anymore. Like the way that I used to treat, and I don't think this is like old man take, Thanksgiving, I don't give a bleep about the Lions. I loved watching them every single year at 12:30. Cowboys after that. But it's every Thursday now into the Wednesday and the Friday. But from the NFL, they go, I don't care about that. I don't need your long. I just need your dollars.
Right.
Give me those dollars. And so they'll do this, and they will expand and expand and expand. I just think you lose in the pursuit, this unending, unholy pursuit of every single last dollar. You're going to lose some soul of the product and some scarcity, which has to be paired with that kind of longing. So if people watch, they don't care. And that's what this is. How many people will watch, not only here, but abroad, Brazil, England, Germany, Spain's coming. Like, that's where it's going. A little part of me misses and says, I think we had it best, I don't know, 5-10 years ago.
They're just trying to see how far they can push us. It's literally just, oh, you want more? We'll give you more. We'll give you more. And part of what makes the NFL so special, I'm with you, Andrew, 100%. An NFL Sunday is an event. Monday Night Football was an event. You can watch baseball any day of the week. You can watch basketball. You can watch hockey any day of the week. NFL football is it's a rare thing. And I think that that's part of the charm. And I don't know that will go away because, like you said, football is an American addiction. And maybe we're just, dumb, staring at screen. More. Please, sir, may I have some more? And we don't care. But it's becoming by making these kind of events, the sport itself is becoming less of an event. Now, look, they're already ruining Red Zone by putting ads in it, and I hate that. But
that is where I was going with my take.
Maybe they don't. Money. Maybe they don't really care. Maybe they would rather have these one-off games than have us sitting there watching Red Zone. So, I don't think they care. I don't think they believe there's a tipping point. It's a game of chicken, and I don't think the NFL is going to lose. They're going to keep going and going and going to see how close they can get. And if it does start to impact the ratings, maybe they have another discussion, but that's well down the road. We'll get your guys' takes on the other side. We are behind. We do have to hit the headlines with Kendra Middleton. 90 seconds, no commercials here on the Sports Hub.
WBZ-FM and HD Boston.
Patriots!
From the opening kickoff to the final play.
Touchdown!
Your home of the pass.
Yes.
98.5. The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
All right, party people. Lots of sports going on with Christmas. First and foremost, it was not a Christmas miracle for the Celtics at TD Garden yesterday. Unfortunately, they fell to the 76ers, 118-114. The big story coming out of this one, though, is that Kristaps Porzingis did not return to the court after the first half due to an ankle injury. The C's will play the Pacers tomorrow at TD Garden. And as we have been talking about in the NFL, the Kansas City Chiefs wrapped up the AFC yesterday and will have home field advantage in the postseason after yesterday's win against Pittsburgh. Travis Kelce passed Tony Gonzalez's career touchdown record in this game as well. And in the late game yesterday for the NFL, the Texans offense was shut out in front of Beyonce. Lamar Jackson broke the QB rushing record previously held by Michael Vick. And your final was Ravens 31, Texans 2. For Thursday Night Football tonight, we have the Seahawks at the Bears with kickoff at 8:15. And the Patriots take on the Chargers on Saturday, not Sunday, at 1 p.m. Your expected injury report for today is Kyle Duggar, Ben Brown, and Marcus Jones. Sports Up headlines were brought to you by Valvoline. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, now open in Franklin, Billerica, and Peabody. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. I'm Kendra Middleton, and your next update is in about 30 minutes.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 985sportshub.com. Hey, if your alarm clock sounds like this is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, the Sports Hub.
Back here on the Toucher and Hardy program, no Toucher, no Hardy, no Wallet. It's Alex Barth, Andrew Callahan, Kendra Middleton. Is there a name for this week? I always see people talk about the week between Christmas and New Year's because it is like a weird backwards time to be alive. The old show, Whose Line Is It Anyway, where the time's made up and what you do doesn't matter. But is there like a name for this week, or is it just...
It's a great question. I think we do need a name.
Yeah.
And I think we need to find one before I get out of here at 9 and go to my day job. Because someone, Alex, has to go to the press conference. You know what, though? I will contend this. the day after Christmas, first night of Hanukkah, like we all get Christmas off whether you celebrate it or not, is the best day after of a holiday that we have all year. Okay, Thanksgiving, you're going right into Black Friday.
Yep.
New Year's Day, which is really the day after New Year's Eve.
You don't have to sell me on being out on New Year's.
Okay, you're hungover. July 5th, probably have a little bit of a headache too. Halloween.
July 5th, I will say, is a really good beach day. Nobody's there.
Halloween, you got the sugar high if you got kids.
Yeah.
Or you're going straight back to work because no one gets Halloween off. Like, I think this is the best, sweetest time. Whatever gifts you got, the time you're with, more family to see, everyone's off. December 26th, man.
As long as you don't work in sports.
Oh, yeah.
Right, as long as you don't have to be up at 5 a.m.
This is the best time to be alive.
I'll give you that. I think that's a good take, the day after. But what is this week called? As long as you're not the head coach of the University of Green Bay basketball team, then you cannot check out this week. Kendra, you look confused. Did you not see this?
No.
So Doug Gottlieb, the radio host.
Is he still alive?
Despite Schefter's best
online?
efforts.
No.
So this radio host, in fact, he took a job as the head coach at University of Green Bay basketball. But he's still like active on the radio and still active on social media like a radio host. So if you go to his Twitter, he posted it's not even like a meme. It's just a calendar for the month of December about like, oh, this is when you pretend to care about work. This is when you don't even care about work, blah, blah, blah. And somebody pointed out like, dude, you have like 5 games on days you said you don't care. They're now in last place in the Horizon League. They just lost to a D2 team he referred to as Nobody You. So if you're Doug Gottlieb or us, you still have to care. If you're at home relaxing, all the power to you. You want to join the conversation, 617-779-0985, because we're probably coming across a little ungrateful here. We're just complaining, oh, there's too much football on, blah, 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 blah. And there's probably some people saying, all right, kids, settle down.
Well, I would just say, do you miss it as much as you once did? Like I had football on yesterday. I'm not saying I didn't. And I didn't enjoy part of it before the game got out of hand. Maybe the games were better. I don't feel this way. But this has been a slow build, right? Like you're talking about every single day of the week except for Tuesday. I've never been less excited to turn into Thursday Night Football, Monday Night Football. And again, I love football. That's not lost here. I just wish I missed it a little bit more.
It feels like more of a chore than it used to.
Not even a chore.
Maybe chore is not the right word, but it's like, oh, yeah, there's another game on tonight. All right.
And I think at the same time, as they've extended and stretched this product, the quality in the middle is not as good. Like it's a little watered down. You let off. You should not lose to the Chiefs, who are 15-1, just won 2 Super Bowls. By that much, Pittsburgh, shaking my fist at you. That's the best team in the league, arguably. Certainly by record.
Yeah, no, it's going to the way they schedule the summer. The schedule's massively impacting.
And we know they're not
product.
As good as they used to be.
Yeah.
I feel the opposite of you guys. Like, I genuinely, my big gripe with all of this is, one, I get I do agree with you with the NFL Red Zone with the commercials. My big issue is all the different streaming platforms and the fact that I can't create a quad box on YouTube. I've been screaming about this on Dan and I's show for a long time. That's the thing that makes me mad. And if you pay for Netflix with no commercials, and now they're moving all of these games over to Netflix and you're paying for no commercials, and the only reason I have Netflix now is for sports, and I'm still paying for no commercials, but I'm getting commercials anyway, that's going to drive me nuts. But the thing that I don't mind about this is it frees up my weekends, because during the fall, the 3 of us all day Saturday, we sit on our couch and we watch football. All day Sunday, we sit on our couch and we watch football. But if the NFL moves that a little bit, okay, that frees up my Sunday afternoons. Sure, I have something to do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. Fine, I'm on my couch doing something anyway, watching something. Fine, but that gives me time on Sunday to go grocery shopping, to go run an errand, to whatever, because inevitably I'm going to be on my couch all day Saturday anyway, without a doubt, because I'm a sucker and I'm a Southerner and I'm one of the few people up here who actually gives a crap about college football.
I was just going to say, I think the 3 of us are in the top 1%.
Yes.
Forget like this station, forget Massachusetts. How about all of New England that cares about college football in an outsized way?
Matt McCarthy was originally supposed to be in your chair, and the fact that he was going to have to sit and talk college football with 2 actual college football fans made him so sick that he actually had to call out and not do the show.
He got COVID on purpose.
Right. I think that's just his cover for how sick he is of college football. But you're not going to get Sunday afternoons off. No, they're still going to play Sunday 1
Yeah,
to 4.
but like it's
just
not
these
as
other
much
windows.
crap. Like I can put my headphones
It's not
on.
going to be as buried. I get what
can
you're
put
saying.
my headphones on. I can, stick my phone to my shopping cart at Whole Foods, and I can tune into that, 1 or 2 broadcasts, whatever.
That sounds so dangerous. Like you're going to knock over a pyramid of cantaloupes, and they're going to go all over. Like I had to see this third down, the third quarter. The Jags were
Callahan,
2-7, but
I put my laptop in my shopping cart when I go to Whole Foods so that I can watch games. I'm
Oh
not kidding. Whole Foods has Wi-Fi. In case you were wondering,
I will watch. I have watched games on my phone at the supermarket and just about anywhere. I will admit to that. I don't know that I've done that with my laptop.
It fits instead of because I don't have a child. Thank God. If you put this where like you would put a baby, it sits perfectly.
that's so. I would hope Whole Foods had Wi-Fi. By the way,
They do. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like kind of.
It's fast too.
All right, so that's us kind of. I don't know about complaining about the state of football, but all of that. But it's.
I love it.
It feels nice. I'm 30 now. Andrew, you're 30. When I say like it's catered to our generation, we're almost maybe past that. But there's so many things that I like that I've heard people complain about. Oh, this isn't good. It's ruining the sport. This and that. And you always hear these segments about how sports has gotten worse. Is that maybe overdone? Because I think we all have areas that we want to push back on that. We had an idea. What was this? What, not okay, Boomer?
not okay, Boomer. So okay, Boomer, couple years
Right.
old. Phrase of just like brush somebody off who's a little bit older than you, and they've got an old take.
A little.
Yeah.
So we're saying, we're not brushing you off. We're pulling you in by the collar, both hands of the collar, saying this is not okay. This take.
Get
You
over
Boomer.
this take, Boomer. Not okay. We'll do that next here on Toucher and Hardy.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
The NFL play.
Back here on Toucher and Hardy, no Toucher, no Hardy, no Wallach. It's Alex Barth, Andrew Callahan, Kendra Middleton, taking up till 10 o'clock. Callahan's going to head out at 9 because some people do still have to do their actual jobs here on the holiday week.
The real journalism, Alex. The questions that need to be asked, the softballs that need to be lobbed on a Thursday morning, day after Christmas, arguably the greatest day of the year, or greatest day after the year.
Well, you still need a name, by the way, for this week between Christmas and New Year's when everybody just kind of veggies out for a whole week. 617-779-0985. But we also had we wanted to fight back on some boomer takes. You set it up again, Andrew. You set it up so well.
The segment's called Not Okay Boomer. Okay, okay Boomer, popular phrase, especially in the internet. The young people. Can't call myself a young person anymore. 33, bald, sitting here, 7:19 in the morning. And okay Boomer was a way to dismiss someone. Like, oh, okay. Okay, Grandma. Like, I'm sure you saw this and whatever, you keep walking her along. This is the opposite of that. This is me hearing people on this station and other places, people who call in, oh, the Celtics are taking too many threes. It's why you lost to the Sixers. No, not okay, Boomer. Grabbing you by the collar, both hands, and I'm going to explain why. And I'm going to start right here.
Go for it.
Celtics are not taking too many threes. They won a title last year. We all watched it. This was one of the most dominant runs in NBA playoff history. They did so with the greatest offense of all time by efficiency. And you're like, oh, I don't like efficiency. That's advanced analytics. No, it's not. It's just total points over 100 possessions. How much do you average? But let's say that's too much for you. How about a top 25 scoring offense of all time? Okay? And I would get if you shot too many threes, if you were bad at shooting three-pointers. Here's the thing, though. The Celtics are very good at it. They built their whole roster over this. And even right now, when Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, completely grant you this, are shooting well below their career averages. Peyton Pritchard, 41% from three. Al Horford, 40% from three. Derek White, 39% from three. Jason Tatum, 37.5% from three. I'm sorry it's boring. Completely agree with that. The game is the same no matter who you're watching every single night. You could argue too many threes, but it's not causing them to lose. And if all you care about is winning, which last I checked we do here in Boston, it's not too many.
Get it done. If you got to get it done ugly, get it done. You don't worry at all about regression of the mean. Like, how many of those numbers you just gave are sustainable?
Well, I would say their mean is higher than the rest of the leagues. Like, the talent there is not only just talent in the way that you could win with this roster in almost any era, right? And look, I'm not saying I want KP in the post against 2000 Shaq, okay?
Right.
But I know with those Laker teams that had two non-shooters on the floor at all times, we're going to spread you out. We'll put Shaq in a high pick and roll, and things are fine. And we're not going to play like the Eras game. The thing for me is they're excellent at this. They're built to do this. It's boring, and sometimes you're going to have bad nights. But you know when you lose in the NBA? When you shoot poorly, whether that's from three or from two, as we saw against the Sixers. Last point I'll make is this. Sixers lost with bad, right?
Yep.
Magic was worse. And you know what happened that night in Orlando? They shot the fewest threes they have all season. Okay? So that was arguably one of your worst losses. It's one of 8. It wasn't because they shot too many. They shot too few.
Her team, too. That's the thing that makes it worse for me, is that Orlando is nowhere near 100%. I think that the thing that makes this so boomer for me is that boomers love to bitch about how all of these sports have gotten so soft, and they want to see bodies on bodies in the paint. They say that the NFL has gotten soft because of all of these rules to keep quarterbacks safe or receivers safe or all of that kind of stuff. I think that they just crave violence in a way that like our generation doesn't. And I genuinely think that that's what makes it so boomer, is that they want that back. And it's like, we care about player safety. We care about player longevity. We care about all those things. Whereas they are just like, well, shoot them up with steroids and put them out there like animals. Like that's the thing for me that I hate.
I don't know. We grew up with Call of Duty on our TVs. Like, right. I didn't play it a lot, or some version of like.
I played so much. I played semi-pro Call of Duty. That is not an excuse for me, because I still sit here and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to watch Tua get another concussion.
I think there's a line there, because I always say, like, sports are better with a little bit of hate. And sometimes you see these guys now, like, you want it to be a big game and they're joking around on the court. And it's like, I'm not saying they can't be friends, but you want to see a little more intensity. I think that line bleeds over into the physical side of it, where you can have a very intense game. You can have a game with some hatred that's not that kind of violent product. So I think that's where the line gets blurred. My okay boomer take, and granted, I say this as somebody who is single, who has no kids, stop complaining that good games are too long. And what I mean by that is, yes, the 8-1 blowout in Major League Baseball that takes 3 hours and 15 minutes, that needs to speed up. That needs to get going. When it's a good game, when it is close late, I am invested. I enjoy competition. the whole thing about, the end of these football games, the end of these basketball games takes too long. If it's a blowout, yes. Fouling up 9 with 5 seconds to go, I have no time for that. One possession game, going back and forth, building the drama, building the suspense. I'll stay up another 15, 20 minutes and watch that. I don't care. I will, if it is a good game, I don't care the sport, I don't care the level. If it is close, late, you have my attention, you have my investment, you have another half hour for me. I would rather watch a 3-hour, good, close, competitive game than a nice, tight 2-hour, 15-minute blowout.
Yeah, good is good. I think this speaks to both my not okay boomer take and yours. Variety is the spice of life, right?
Yeah.
Like, I get that you want to see different styles of basketball, whether it's Kendra's Call of Duty on the court or whatever, like, whatever you need, or like, hey, I'll accept different forms of good, whether you're saying it's 3 hours or 2.5 in an NBA game, or it's sometimes 3 hours for the NFL versus 3 hours and 45 minutes. Like the Super Bowl last year, people forget, was a marathon. And not just because they went to overtime. But I didn't have an issue with the time because I know what I'm getting into with the Super Bowl. Right. It was the quality of the game that I think you would argue.
And that's another one when, people talk about overtime. Oh, you got to wrap it up, but then they complain it's not fair. Like the NHL overtime, people say, oh, it's stupid. That's not real hockey. Well, all right. You also complain the games are too long.
Yeah, just stop watching.
You got to get it wrapped up one way or the other. And you know what's fair? You have 60 minutes to win the game. Beyond that, that's what you're given. That's what everybody's given. Beyond that, I don't care what's fair. You had your 60 minutes.
My okay boomer take is specifically targeted towards the Northeast, and I'm going to hop back on the college football thing. People hating on college football up here and then acting like, you can just take whoever is the next in line in the draft. It doesn't matter. Just look at, what the nerds put out there. Also, hating on the nerds is an okay boomer thing. I hate that too. Like the reason, I'm sorry the nerds are here and they're not going anywhere. It's just going to keep getting worse with all of these, AI, stat analytics, whatever the hell you want to talk about. But it's like specifically in New England, I find, I'm sorry, I get that college sports aren't as big up here because there's such a close proximity of all these big cities. You've got all these teams and stuff like that. But I'm sorry, the Patriots aren't great right now. And you might want to start paying attention to college football because throwing a dart at a dartboard might be fun during the draft, but it's not realistic as to who you guys should probably be wanting. And there is a lot of fan pressure with that. So start caring about college football because your draft is going to matter coming up here soon.
I have to say real quick on your nerds thing, and I had to teach Felger and Maz this year. I draw a line between nerds and dorks. There's a difference. So, because I don't like analytics.
Which one are you?
I'm a dork.
Okay.
The nerds are the math people. And that's the thing. I came in and like, oh, Barth, you probably love the analytics. You're such a football nerd. I don't. Some of the stuff is fine. When you get into expected this or I call them the acronym stats that, it has to be a tangible number for me to get it. I'm on the dork side. I don't want the math. So the draft dorks, absolutely. I'm with you on that. And when it comes to college football, it's also just a good product. I feel like people look at it and say, well, the NFL is the collection of the best players. That's why it's the best. I guess if you're watching for pure technical skill, and maybe there are people who just watch football to watch the pure technical skill of it, yes, you'd rather watch the NFL than college. As an entertainment product,
yes, the
college
kids are always
football
more fun.
For the last 3 to 4 years has surpassed the NFL.
1,000,000%. And look, people forget, to go into my boomer era here for a second, college football was the most popular sport in America for decades. Like the NFL has only recently, in the larger timeline of football in its existence, caught up to be the most popular sport in America, and it's only rising, leaving college football behind. But you talk about variety as the spice of life. You've got more teams, more players, more schemes, more coaches, more upsets, and I get that we don't identify with our college teams up here because they're not as good as the way we do basically every other place in the country because we identify with our pro teams like people do in college. It's personal.
Yeah.
It's a part of us. It's who we are. It's Boston. Same way you would say we are Penn State or Roll Tide or whatever you might say.
Oh, I can't believe you just dropped an RTR against an Auburn girly.
Nah, Roll Tide.
Well, what I was going to say, my last point that I want to make about this is that I don't mean to harp on New Englanders, but they are the most educated group of sports consumers that I have ever been around because the teams have been so historically successful here. You are an educated group of sports fans up here. And if you want to be able to push back against, all of these shows up here, all of these professionals who go through, if you want to push back against the Patriots this year and say, well, why'd you take this guy over that guy, which they're not capable of, fans up here aren't capable of doing right now. If you want to be a more educated fan and you want to say, okay, well, why'd you draft Jalen Polk instead of Ladd McConkey? That's how you do that, is by being smarter. If you want to be able to push back and say, you should have drafted this guy, that's how you do that.
That's Kendra calling our entire audience a bunch of dorks. Very kindly. Not a bunch of nerds, we don't have to do this now. I think we got a break coming up. We'll fix the general attitude towards analytics with 2 points. And I'm not saying everyone's going to love them or be on board. You're just going to go, oh, that makes sense. I can lay down my sword now.
We'll get to that. This is a battle I've been fighting for a long time. I don't know that I'm coming off it. But since Kendra's take was there on college football, and she just kind of sent a shot across the bow, let's keep it going with college football. And we'll do some Patriots draft stuff, too, because I know people want to hear that. Kendra first, though, with the headlines here on Toucher and Hardy.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right. Last night, no Christmas miracle for the Celtics at TD Garden. They fell to the 76ers, 118-114. Kristaps Porzingis suffered an ankle injury in the first half and did not return after halftime. C's will be back on the court tomorrow at TD Garden to play the Pacers. In other NBA news, the Lakers' Anthony Davis also exited their game against the Warriors last night, also suffering an ankle injury. And in NFL news, the Kansas City Chiefs wrapped up the AFC yesterday and will have home field advantage in the postseason after yesterday's win against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Travis Kelce passed Tony Gonzalez's career touchdown record in this game as well. And in the late game yesterday for the NFL, the Texans offense was shut out in front of Beyonce. Lamar Jackson broke the QB rushing record previously held by Michael Vick in his 13-year career. Your final was 31 for the Ravens and 2 for the Texans. Thursday Night Football tonight, we have the Seahawks visiting the Chicago Bears with a kickoff at 8:15. And the Patriots will play the Chargers on Saturday, not Sunday, on Saturday at 1 p.m. Your expected injury report is Kyle Duggar, Ben Brown, and Marcus Jones today. Sports Hub headlines were brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. I'm Kendra Middleton, and your next update is in about half an hour.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Wednesday morning. 26-yard line. He would not be stopped.
Great job by Carter. Jennings is trying to put a fake on him from the backside. He didn't really. Oh, there's no question he got his left hand wrapped around Carter's neck again, but Carter fights through that, makes the play, and now another field goal attempt by SMU.
Potential future Patriot, Abdul Carter. Look, we've got Andrew Callahan, who's going along. This is the Penn State fight song, right?
No.
Or no, UConn. Is it UConn?
It's just a fight song.
It's just a
I don't
fight
know.
song? Okay.
Like, this just brings me back.
Yeah.
One or two deep, student section, hanging out, or on my own couch. Actually, it is a Penn State fight song, yes.
I said we've got Andrew Callahan, who covered Penn State. So that's legit. Kendra Middleton, who's from the South. So that's legit.
I covered Auburn football up while I was there, and then I covered UNH for my 2 years there.
So there you go.
So.
We've got me, who went to a D3 small liberal arts school in upstate New York, but is just a lunatic. So we are going to talk college football. You know we have, especially because Matt McCarthy's not here. And he told me all week how he was going to give me my comeuppance for the games being bad. Oh, playoff caliber games shouldn't be bad, not in a real sport.
I'm going to make him call
in. We
in.
saw 4 playoff teams yesterday. How'd those games go? But first, we want to get to the calls, and Andrew's going to try to convince me on analytics, which I'm telling you is a fool's errand. But we'll give it a shot. But first, let's hear from Jeff in Rhode Island on our OK Boomer Takes. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning. Real quick, before I get into my sports take, I heard you with talking about getting your real ID. I actually had to go on Tuesday. What you can do is, if you have a AAA membership, you can go to a branch and get it done.
What?
I was out of there. I was out of there in 10 minutes. I had a 9:00 appointment. I was gone by 9:15.
That's good.
So that's really the only benefit of AAA, to be honest with you, is to avoid the DMV if you can.
It's a good benefit. What do you got on the NBA and NFL?
My thing with the NBA is with Christmas used to be somewhat of, if you want to call it, the unofficial start of the NBA season, because it's such a long season and people really started getting into it on Christmas. And obviously the NFL, it's they don't care. So I mean, if they throw a couple games on Netflix, it's not a big deal for them. But I just want to get real quick. One other thing was the problem with, I think, with some of the NBA and NFL now is, like, it's not that they're soft. I mean, I know everyone is friends, but there's not like that hatred between some teams that you see on the field anymore. Like, I'm a Niners fan, so, like, they hate the Cowboys. And there's always a little bit of that chippiness, and I don't think you see that as much anymore. And real quick with Kendra, I agree that unfortunately, I don't think college football will ever catch on up here in the Northeast. And I think it's because we don't have a true competitive team. And the only time anyone really does pay attention, it's like you said, is during the draft, because everyone is kind of just throwing darts out there, trying to figure out who's going to get who in their picks.
All right, thanks for the call, Jeff. If it's ever going to get popular, it's now. Because
the BC Eagles would like a word.
I think people in the Northeast are more just fans of winning than they are of the sports themselves. And obviously there's not a lot of winning here, but we know people up here are big fans of Bill Belichick. And he's now in college football, and he's doing a really good job in the portal, by the way, in a very weak ACC. I think you're going to see people start to follow it more. Maybe not BC, but follow it more for Bill.
I don't know. I think you have to grow up with it in the same way that, Kendra knows college football. Growing up in the South, I left, spent a couple, 3-4 of my formative years, my mid-20s, out at Penn State, got familiar with that environment, love college football. You're a lunatic, as you described yourself. So there's an element of, I think if it would ever take hold in the Northeast, you would need a program like BC to not only just be the number 2 team in the country, as they were with Matt Ryan in the mid-2000s, but do that year after year after year. Because, again, like the sports identity part is what takes hold. It's personal. Yeah. It's not just you're saying we. It's that you're getting in fights at the bar. And here, that's not over BC. It's over the Celtics and Bruins and Pats and Sox. Down south, it is over Roll Tide versus War Eagle. Okay, so that part, it's hard to replace your identity. If it's going to happen, it's going to be over time. By the way, speaking of BC, never forget watching Nesson as a kid when they were the number 2 team in the country with Matt Ryan, as I just said. They're going around asking people on the street. Classic segment for TV. Hey, do you know who the second best team in the country is in college football? No idea. Alabama? Arkansas? Like, no, they're down the street. Like that
sounds about right.
There's only one place higher to go than BC was, and no one knew it at the time.
All right, what do you got for me on analytics?
Okay, so 2 things on this. Number 1, I just want everyone to take a breath because analytics, like everything else in life, are imperfect. Okay, if the expectation is that some number or some set of numbers is going to capture everything you want to know about sport and be an absolute truth, it's never going to happen because not all information is created equal. Okay, number two, it's a tool, and it's really a collection of tools, right? So points per possession, sticking with basketball. Is more useful, it's more telling than points per game because how many possessions were there in the game? What kind of shots did you take? Okay, points per game is more telling than field goal percentage for the same reason. How many shots did you get up? How many were twos? How many were threes? You don't know. Points per possession tells you that in the way field goal percentage doesn't. So if you need to learn something about sports, and let's say you need that tool, well, it depends on what you're looking for, right? Like you go to the shed and you need to dig. You're not grabbing clippers. You're grabbing a shovel. And the shovel is timeless, but it's 2024. Like there are multiple other options to dig up pieces of earth to get down wherever you need to go for whatever reason. And what the point of analytics is to say, those tools have never been better. And some are better than others, and it takes a little while to figure it out. And if you're not interested in, that's fine. But they're there to be used in a certain way, and as much as you want to use them, it's not because they're replacing anything. They're just improving and are tools available to you to use in very specific ways.
So I won't push back on any of that. And there's like points per possession, good number. That's a good stat because it's tangible. I love average depth of target, ADOT, which some people, like, they're surprised when they hear me say that. Like, well, you hate analytics. No, but that is a real thing that you went out, you measured. I know what it is. It's when you get into these expected things, or there's some now where people create formulas that are, you know, just kind of knighted by either broadcast outlets or whatever, that they won't fully explain what the formula is. Like, okay, so for instance, here's one of the Celtics. Point per possession, great. When you get into the expected three-point percentage, well, we should have hit this many threes based on our looks. Okay, but you didn't. And why didn't, like, that to say, oh, well, you know, we played fine, it just expected it would have been better. That better be followed by, and here's what went wrong, and here's what needs to change, instead of just, I think there's some people that look at those sorts of numbers and say, well, no, it will even out over time. Okay, but that you can't just bang your head against the wall until it does. There needs to be something behind that. So
number one, it's a great example, because I think with the expected stats, right, what they're doing is determining what is the league average in this type of situation. Go, how do you quantify that? Basketball, here's how they do it. They find your location on the floor, your proximity to other defenders that are near you, and how much time you have to shoot that. And say, with all of that information, because every little thing is tracked on an NBA court, same as you do in college football and in the NFL. And so you would say, as I said at the top, that's an imperfect measurement. There's no definitive way to know that. But the point of Ray Allen's going to make, to go for a boomer example, not boomer. It's a millennial example. Yeah. It's good for us.
Okay, boomer.
Ray Allen makes 40% of wide open threes in the corner. Honestly, probably a little bit higher. But this season, okay, he's only making 32% of them. You want to know, if you're the coach or just a fan, most educated fans in the country, is this bad luck through December, or is Ray Allen losing it? Because the expected number would tell you, no, he's not wide open. He's been crowded. Okay, or is he overperforming? Like, you could find out in a way that's not absolute. Just build in a margin for error, which is asking a lot of people to look at a number and be like, okay, it's probably give or take a couple percentage points either way. But I know the average shooter is performing better than Ray Allen. Well, then he's probably going to come around.
Well, I just think when you look at it that way, I don't believe, and this is where we'll just have to agree to disagree, I don't believe that every variable can be factored in. For instance, so you talk about, all right, you know,
because they're imperfect.
Right. We should hit more shots because guys are open. But when you come out of a game and you, like the Celtics the other night, you hit, I think they were 1 of 8 from 3 to start against the Magic. Well, there's now a human element of you're missing shots. And do you start, even if you're open, do you start pushing? Do you get in your own head? And the fact you can admit they're imperfect, I give you a ton of credit, because there's a lot of people, some of this is just the people that use analytics. They stand by it. Period, full stop. This is it. You're ignoring science. You're ignoring the data. You're wrong. And the best part about sports is the human element. The best part about sports is they are imperfect. You go to the ballpark, you go to the stadium, you never know what you're going to see because every single game is different. And I feel like analytics is trying to, I don't know, erase
robot
that part, but like downplay that element of it when, like, That's the element I want as a fan. I want it to be unexpected. I want, the guy that's hit this shot 100 times in a row suddenly misses it with the game on the line, or PJ Brown in 2008, that jump shot he took from the elbow. The ultimate no, yes. What the hell is PJ Brown doing taking that shot? In the era of analytics, the coaches are drilling in to him, do not take that shot, but he got it in that moment. He had a feel. He put the shot up and he hit it, and it was a major shot, a major point in a title run. That is the stuff that I feel like analytics is trying to erase. I appreciate you can give room for, hey, this is a tool. It is not the be-all, end-all.
What also just
I think there are
captures
too
what
many
you're
people
talking
that
about.
use it as the be-all, end-all.
Right, like you would feel like some nights you leave the garden, you'd be like, oh, they got a ton of good looks. We just got unlucky. Like, what they're doing is assigning a number to that in a way that kind of sometimes affirms, but sometimes run counter to these old maxims that we have about sports that we believe. And so that's when I think, just like anybody else, like, oh, that proved what I thought all along. I'm smart. The numbers are smart. I do think the culture point that you make is a good one. But what this also does is, like the scouting combine, right? Like you and I are about to nerd out for the three of us are about to nerd out for the next 3-4
Underpants
months.
Olympics, as McCarthy calls it.
You be like, Abdul Carter. It's the best way.
No,
to
he's
put
not
it.
wrong.
No, because the combine, if you really want to be real about this, having you've been a combine, yeah?
I have not.
I have.
Yes. Okay. So
Yeah.
And God bless you for being a woman at the combine.
Yeah.
It is just like everyone dabbles in alcoholism for a week in the NFL in the same city. That's what the combine is, and they gossip like girls in a high school cafeteria. It's not about
Pro
the
days
running.
aren't any better.
But circling back to the analytics. You want to say Abdul Carter, who we let off with the Penn State fight song, and he's his top 5
We will
edge
get to
rusher.
that, by the way. We will pay that off. It might be after the break, but we will pay that
Patriots might take this unbelievable edge rusher out of Penn State in the draft. What you want to know when you look at his tape is you say, oh, he's got great get-off. We can now track that. You can find it. What that does is split the hairs that you need to split when you're at number 4 overall in the draft. And I need to know, is he better than the other guy who has very similar traits? And the human element is not going anywhere.
Right.
But it helps to identify that in a way that just a personality test would. You'd be like, okay, broadly, this is probably right. We're extroverts.
So I do like the real-time tracking data is awesome. And I hate when that gets mixed in with the advanced stats. Because to me, those are two different things.
Totally.
Right? This guy, so the 40, I think, is kind of dumb. Do you know why they run the 40?
Because they've always run the 40. We've always done it this way. That's the only reason.
No, but do you know
that they
why
do
it's
it.
40 yards?
Actually, no.
So
Originally?
when they started the combine, the 40-yard dash, the whole point was at the time the average punt went 40 yards, and they were timing guys to see if they could get down the field in time to cover a punt. And I remember one time a couple years ago when Matthew Slater was hurt, somebody pointed out Pierre Strong's 40, and I was like, I've been doing this for years now. That's the first time I've ever seen the 40 applied correctly. So there's value in like the 10-yard split, though, because how fast the guy gets out of his stance, right? When it comes to linemen, I'd argue that the 40 is more relevant for linemen than it is for maybe receivers, because how often is a guy running 40 yards uninterrupted? The miles per hour tracker is way more relevant, but that people are like, oh, that's analytics. No, it's not. It's not. It's just looking at actual hard data a different way. So that's where like the
kind of is though. I mean, broadly, that's what I talk about. Like, there are so many different tools. This is not like a shed in your backyard. This is a warehouse that continues to grow as we have more data and tracking and information. But if you want to drill down into it with the understanding that whatever I pick up is not going to be a solution to all my problems, it's just going to give me more information. And then it's up to me, if I know what to do with that information, the human imperfection, great. But if not, then it's useless, just like any other tool. If I tried to walk in here and was taking a helicopter, I'm not getting in the building. No, I need to drive here, take a car, park it, and then walk on my own 2 feet.
All right, I said you weren't going to be able to sway me. You did sway me a bit. I'm still not an analytics guy, but I have had a belief for a long time that and I am good friends with some analytics people. When you get into this conversation, most of the time they become unreasonable. That was one of the first reasonable conversations I've ever had about analytics. If more people took your approach to it, Andrew, I might open up to it a little more.
Welcome to nerddom.
I hate the expected crap, but I would pretty much, and I love Dan Lifshatz, but I would do anything almost to never hear him say the words EPA ever again.
Dan has Danalytics. That's its own thing.
Kyle, clip that.
You can have fun with that on Saturday. We got to hit a break here. We will pay off that draft talk, that college football talk. We'll do that next here on Toucher and Hardy.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hey, it's Barth. It's the time of the year to bundle up, not sweat. That's why BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas, is giving you a pro football.
game is pretty dry. We all know that the NCAA is a gateway to the NBA, and I think that the NBA should have a partnership with them. You know, when it comes to the three-point contest, it is what it is. You know, I think that they should get somebody who has the best shooting percentage in the NCAA and put them in that, team them with one of the best shooters in the NBA, and then, you know, the skills challenge. You know, everything, they should be associated with everything. But when it comes to the All-Star game itself, it's trash. I think that the NCAA should put together their best All-Star teammates and then put up like $500 million or $250,000, right? The NBA players themselves don't need the money, so if they win the game, it could go to their charity. And if the NCAA players win, they get to pocket the money, and then, you know, a percentage goes to their charity. But you'll see those guys out there hungry playing for something. I think it would be great to see, you know, some of these prospects, you know, going against some of the elite players. I think, you know, that will bring some spark to the game. But, you know, the NBA All-Star game itself is trash. I think they need to team up with the NCAA.
Thanks for the call, Brandon. If they have college All-Stars play NBA All-Stars, that thing's going to be over in about
$500 million. I would do that.
Well, we went from $250,000 or $500 million. I think he meant 500,000. But especially now where like a lot of the elite players don't play college, I do like what they're doing with the All-Star game, with the mini tournament. I would have done it a little differently. I like how the NHL does it by divisions.
Yuck.
But if you do it by divisions in the NBA, the Atlantic Division is just going to be the Celtics select team. You don't like the new format?
Get it out of here. No. Look, the NBA has a huge problem with the All-Star game.
Yeah.
And I'm going to circle back to that in a second. The suggestion, though, that the college players play the NBA is not new, actually. Many people don't know this. It used to be common. This went for 42 years that the college All-Stars in college football from 1934 to 1976 used to play the reigning Super Bowl champion or reigning champion in the NFL 42 years in a row. And like our guy just suggested, it was money was raised in the name of charity. $4 million over 42 years doesn't sound great now. But the point is, I like the suggestion in terms of at least 3-point contest or skills, because those kids at the peak of their game, high school or college, all right, mix it up. Because like they're saying, I'm coming either way. Here's the little nice to meet you on the way up.
I know Sabrina Ionescu did that thing with Steph Curry last year.
Awesome.
Was Paige Bueckers involved in the All-Star weekend too? Why do I remember that? Am I imagining that?
Was Paige Bueckers? I don't know. Is
it Beckers?
It's Beckers.
I'm surprised Callie didn't jump over here and hit me.
Yeah, I don't remember her being involved, but I could be wrong.
She was definitely there. Maybe she didn't do something. I remember her being there.
But yeah, I enjoyed that whole thing between those two. That was going to be my suggestion, is to maybe just incorporate those types of things. And I don't mean
to equate the WNBA with like the college level. Those are professionals.
Yeah. But people were mad that, you know, that whole thing was going on anyway. But it wound up being really fun and it was competitive.
That was a nice little event.
Exactly. So I don't understand why that can't be a thing. I think that the All-Star game needs to focus on making the dunk contest what it was back in the day, because that's the reason people watch.
So I like the dunk contest. Unfortunately, I don't think the dunk contest can be saved because I just think they're out of ideas.
I agree.
There's just
you think?
Only so many dunks you can do before you really start risking hurting yourself. There's a one-off thing they could do, like 1 year if they really want to revive it. You go get some of the all-time greats from the dunk contest. Nate Robinson, Dee Brown, Gerald Green, and you pair them with a current NBA player, ideally somebody from their team, and you have those guys recreate the iconic dunks, like Jaylen Brown blowing out the cupcake. That would be, and sometimes guys do that as a one-off.
Jalen Johnson with Dominique Wilkins.
Yeah,
If you could do the franchise thing, I do think we've run out of ideas. I mean, 15 years ago, they rolled out a freaking car underneath the hoop.
And he didn't even
Griffin had to jump over that. It was 15 years ago.
He didn't even really jump over the car. He jumped over the hood. And Dwight Howard, Nate Robinson should have won. I'm sorry. The Superman gimmick was cool. That wasn't a dunk. It was a glorified layup. He threw the ball into the basket.
Right.
He did not touch rim. If you can't tell, that's bothered me
for a
long
time. Well, in the G League and the dunk contest is also, I hate that.
Oh, yeah. Mac McClung, come up.
Well, because guys don't want to do it.
You're going to remember him in a few weeks. Yeah. No
guys don't want to do it because they don't want to get hurt.
And that's the biggest issue with the All-Star game. And they've semi-fixed this with the Cup, where guys are getting paid a ton of money. You go to Vegas, you play in a way that no one cares about December regular season basketball. To me, what might fix this, instead of, let's have 4 teams, the winner advance, World versus USA. This is not a new idea, but you look at the MVPs of the league in recent years, Nikola Jokic, Giannis, Joel Embiid, all play for the world team. There's depth there. Team Canada should have been a powerhouse if Jamal Murray didn't crap his pants in the Olympics, right? There were good teams out there to test, and teams that did test. Victor Wembanyama. Like, this is, I think you have personal pride, homeland pride, a little FU in that game, a little salt. I don't know why they've done it. I'm sure they thought about it. That, to me,
I would
be the
watch it.
solution.
They used to do the Rising Stars game like that.
Yeah.
So I would do that.
Baseball does too.
Joe, real quick on analytics.
Hey, good morning. So, Kendra, the Texans were plus 5.5 yesterday. Don't know if you saw the Josh Johnson, Joe Mixon pregame fight on the field. Texas come out. They lay a complete egg. D'Amico Ryans knew the offense had nothing going because of whatever's going on in that locker room. They get stopped on 4th and goal from the 1 when they're down 10-2. The Ravens go 99 yards and score 17-2, and the game is presumably over. The Texans don't score an offensive point. Do you think the analytics would tell you when you're down 10-2 to go for it on 4th and goal from the 3? Or do you think that he knew that his team is in complete shambles and something's going on in that locker room and decided to take matters into his own hands?
I have an admission on this. The first time I saw the little analytics graphic on the broadcast say analytics says kick, I yelled out loud. Mm-hmm. I always thought they made that up just to pump up analytics, and it would always say go for it no matter what.
I go for it in that. What do you have to lose at that point? But I do think that it's very easy to tell that CJ Stroud, and you know what? Dan Lifshatz, anybody who listens to our Saturday show, I hit it big on CJ Stroud's offensive rookie of the year last year, and I had the Texans winning that division last year, and I, going into our show this year, said CJ Stroud's going to have a huge sophomore slump. I still think that they're going to win the South, but he's going to have a huge slump, and I think it's very obvious to D'Amico Ryans and anybody who consumes the average amount of football that something's not right with him. So while me personally, and they are injured, I'll give them that. While I don't think it's a big excuse, weapons are injured for that team. So I totally get both sides, but for me, you have to. What do you have to lose? You have to go for it.
You do, and I think again, you talk about things that just measure your kind of gut feeling. Like the two options our guy just laid out were like, oh, my team sucks, and that's kind of the element. Oh, we have to go for it, or just based on field position. And again, these are imperfect measurements. Like they agreed. But what he just laid out were two options that both said yes, like go for it. And I think what this does, though, is also highlight things that might be biases or things that we overlook. Like college coaches, NFL coaches are too conservative with their game management. This is a very simple risk versus reward. These leaders of men, as we call them, are so afraid of not getting 3 feet, 4th and 1 at midfield in a way that anyone rationally looking at this would be like the upside of converting, the likelihood of converting says go for it. But instead, you're a lunatic Dan Campbell for going for it. So these are just things that have been ingrained because that's the way it started. Those are the coaches who learn from their predecessors. This is how it's done. This is how you think. And when you take a different approach or a different perspective, you'd be like, you can get 3 yards, which if you ask them in that way, the coaches would be like, oh, yeah, of course we can. You know what I mean? And it's also, stepping even further back, a little psychological omission bias. We think that taking action often is more harmful potentially than inaction. When in reality, like that punt might do as much damage to your chances, as we saw with the Patriots, 8.5 minutes left at midfield for Gerard Mayo, as going for it and failing. So they don't do it.
All right, all-star games, analytics, psychology, the Patriots, the Celtics, the draft, it's all on the table, 617-779-0985. We got to get these headlines from Kendra, then we'll be back. We'll talk Patriots this season, off-season, 90 seconds, no commercials here on the Sports Hub.
From the Town Fair Tire Studio, the Patriots.
Into the end zone.
Touchdown for the Patriots.
WBC FM and HD Boston 98.5. The Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Loaded Christmas Day yesterday with lots of sports, the Celtics being one of them, but no Christmas miracle at TD Garden yesterday. The Seas fell 118-114 to the Philadelphia 76ers. The big story out of this one is Kristaps Porzingis did not return to the court after the first half yesterday due to an ankle injury. The Seas will play the Pacers tomorrow at TD Garden. In other Christmas Day NBA news, the Lakers' Anthony Davis also exited their game yesterday against the Warriors, also suffering an ankle injury. And in the NFL, the Kansas City Chiefs wrapped up the AFC yesterday and will have home field advantage in the postseason after yesterday's win against Pittsburgh. Travis Kelce passed Tony Gonzalez's career touchdown record in this game as well, and the Chiefs are chasing that first ever NFL three-peat. And in the late games yesterday for the NFL, the Texans offense was shut out in front of Beyonce. Embarrassing. Lamar Jackson broke the QB rushing record previously held by Michael Vick in his 13-year career, and your final was Ravens 31, Texans 2. For Thursday night tonight, we have the Seahawks visiting the Chicago Bears with kickoff at 8:15. And then the Patriots are playing the Chargers on Saturday at 1 p.m. Your expected injury report today is going to be Kyle Duggar, Ben Brown, and Marcus Jones. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Service Credit Union. They've teamed up with Charlie McAvoy again this season for 73 reasons to defend New England's first responders. Visit servicecu.org/73. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. I'm Kendra Middleton, and your next update around 8:30.
Here we go.
Boom. I win. Kaboom. Yeah.
It's so funny.
We've got a passion for Boston sports.
Get angry.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Fred, what's it like to work with Hardy and Wallach?
What a golden ticket I've gotten.
There you have it. Toucher and Hardy resumes on The Sports Hub.
I have to get out of here at 9. If you have a question you want to ask Gerard Mayo in a respectful, meaningful, thoughtful way,
Yeah,
I'm going
nobody
to say
heard
it
that
again.
qualifier.
A respectful, thoughtful, meaningful way about the state of the Patriots, call in, tweet me. I will consider it. There are no promises here. Again, respectful, meaningful, thoughtful. But
Callahan for the people.
Yeah. @_
What do you wanna
Andrew
know?
Callahan, 617-779-0985. That reminds me a little bit. Do you still do that thing when you go on TV where you'd be like, give me a word or a phrase to put in?
I haven't in a while. But
I was a fan of that one.
I do like that, just to infiltrate the broadcaster, a little wink, wink, nod, or do it on TV. And then I used to do it actually on this show all the time, and they would try to figure out, Fred and Wallach would like what word it was. Then I'd throw in fake ones. Like there's no reason to say loquacious in a regular conversation. You want to know the word I would say is the most difficult? I was going to say hardest, which is a pun coming up. I ever snuck into a broadcast, radio, TV. This is back in college. Coitus. And it was not obnoxious. This is during a men's basketball game I called in 2013 for college radio, UConn, no one cares. And I, honest to God, the person who suggested the word, can you find a way to say coitus on the air? Can you just say sex and have it make sense? Was my mother. Because they had been very into, this is how long ago it was, the Big Bang Theory. It was a dark time for the family. Big Bang Theory at that time qualified for comedy. And so that was just a word they brought up in that show a lot. And so the way I did it was said, the referees are kind of deliberating over there, gesturing, but they've got our backs to us, so we can't see the call. It seems like they're playing coy to us.
Okay, I see what you did there.
So there we go.
Well done.
I respect it. I respect it.
She's not sold, though.
No.
Respect is like, oh, you're nice.
All right. We've been teeing this up for an hour that we're going to do college football and make Matt McCarthy sicker than he already is.
I texted him. He's still not awake.
Is anyone asking for this stuff? Like, we just talked about how college football is never going to take hold in New England.
Well, so here's the thing. Like, when I talk about college football on here, what I've kind of learned is, like when you have to give a dog a pill. You wrap it in food or you put it in yogurt or whatever.
Yeah.
So I use the draft as my way to kind of Trojan horse college football takes onto the station, onto 98.5thesportshub.com. We played probably 25 minutes ago now that rejoin of the Abdul Carter highlight from the playoff, which is to ask you, Andrew, a lot of people are worried about these last two games for the Patriots. I think especially when it comes to draft positioning. I saw a lot of people yesterday when the Chiefs won upset because, now the Bills have nothing to play for and they're going to sit Josh Allen week 18. And that means, Mitchell Trubisky is going to lose to the Patriots and they can't fall any further than like 7th. When you look at, from a draft point of view, how big are these games? Because I kind of look at it and say, if you're somebody who's locked in on Travis Hunter, which from a Patriots point of view might not be the case if they view him as a corner, given what their roster is. And I don't know if they view him as a corner, but if they do, I don't know that there's a huge difference picking him like 3 and 6. They have so many needs. It's not a great draft, but I do think the blue chip talent runs as deep as they're realistically going to fall. Is there anybody that you look at and it's like the Patriots have to get this guy, and maybe if they win one of these last two games, suddenly that's out of the question?
No, and I think if you said yes, even in our position, right? Like, we absorb and watch and learn and study all the college football because we love it.
Yeah.
And then NFL is work in a way that we also love. You're kidding yourself. Like, there are scouts who still have hours to study and GMs who have hours to study in these guys, even though they've been on the road and looked at this. Like, congrats if you've been doing that at home. But I'm calling BS. Like, that's just not the case. And so when you have a quarterback, not specific to the Patriots, but obviously they do, I don't think it's worth tanking. And however you want to dress that up, however you want to Trojan horse tanking, we're going to play the young players, we're going to load manage, or this guy's hurt, whatever it is, to do it. You've got the most important position. I understand the argument of higher pick, more assets if you trade down. I think it'd be wise for them to trade down. If they don't, I would take an offensive lineman. I can't tell you much about Kelvin Banks or Will Campbell at this moment, aside from I know their names and their positions. But I don't think it's that important. As you said, if they can't go lower than 7, not just because of the record.
I think it's 7. Don't hold me on that, but I'm pretty sure
right now I'm looking at 9 should be the bottom.
9 is
unless they
okay.
win their next 2 games. And even then, you're not getting outside the top 10. There's no way the Patriots are picking outside the top 10. You shouldn't care. You should want this team to sell itself to the rest of the league, because you know who you need even more than Will Campbell right now, and this is positional value aside.
Free agents.
Free agents, exactly. You need to sell yourself to the broader league saying this is working. You're not just going to remember the 2024 Patriots if you're someone on the outside for what Gerard Mayo said in a press conference, or that one win that you had at the start of the season that no one cares about now because it was week 1. You need to finish strong. Do that.
Is there anybody, and I agree with you, and on the Will Campbell thing and the research, like I have people tell me, well, no, they can't draft Will Campbell. His arms are too short. Are they? Maybe. We'll see. The usual threshold is 33 inches. Now, Scott Peters did say last week, if you're a really good player, the threshold for years was 34, and then I think it was Rashawn Slater, right, came along with 33-inch arms, and everybody's like, oh, no. It was 33 the whole time. There just wasn't a player that was good enough. Like, no, the number can change. It's not set hard and fast.
Matt Light had short arms.
But like, you're telling me you can see Will Campbell on TV, and because they show the offensive linemen so much on television up close, so you'd get a good look. You can see him, and you know how long his arms are. Whatever it is, it's going to be like March 1st, March 2nd that they measure the arms at the combine for the linemen. That is the biggest day of the Patriots offseason, because you find out how high that tackle is. But I'm with you. It's too early to know. Kendra, do you have anybody you look at specifically?
No, because I don't think that this draft is that deep in the first place. But respectfully, as someone whose team has sucked.
Yes, please educate us on what it's like to watch this. That sounded sarcastic. It wasn't.
No, as someone whose team has sucked my entire life, back-to-back first picks sucked.
Hey, you made that AFC championship that one time.
Twice, but yeah. Anyways, so the thing is that if once you have the quarterback, I don't think that your draft position really matters. Once you have that quarterback, you're just fighting for everybody else. You're fighting for scraps. It doesn't matter. It truly, if there is a point to tank, if you have no quarterback, that's the only time I am agreeing with tanking. Other than that, and I've said this on our Saturday show, I might have said it on this show as well, but I think that it does so much more for team morale when you have guys who are fighting for their next contract, when you have coaches who are fighting for their job, when you have guys who are, fighting for their last contract or their whatever. It doesn't
competing to stay in the league.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter. That does so much more for your future team than just losing to lose if you don't have a quarterback. So, do I understand, why the Giants want to lose out? Yeah. Do I understand why the Raiders want to lose out? Yeah. I don't think that the Raiders are the type of team to do that. The Giants certainly are. But it doesn't matter. Is there that big of a difference if you go out there and get Travis Hunter, or you go out there and you get, an offensive lineman who we had Burt Breer in here the last time I was on the morning show. He thinks that these first 2 guys who are offensive linemen play more like guards. So does that matter anyway? Nobody really knows. Especially if you look back historically at the draft too, and even if you don't have the quarterback, a lot of the guys who go first suck. They do. I'm sorry, but so many of these guys are busts anyway. So win some games, have some fun, have some morale, get some contracts, keep your coaches, get them fired, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's an imperfect science. That's why I kind of said tongue-in-cheek last year when people were so worried about the Patriots falling to the 3rd pick. Oh, no, that was horrible, by the way. And people are like, well, now they're not going to get their choice of quarterback. And again, this is sort of a tongue-in-cheek take, but most teams that draft quarterbacks get it wrong. So that's what I was just saying. If the team that's making the choice is more likely to get the choice wrong, isn't the guy who's left by default more likely to be the right one? And that's not really how it works. But you see it now as we've gone down this road and people are locked in because we are talking about the draft in the future. Give me a player you really like for them, and maybe they
one more thing to seal this.
Yeah,
Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson.
Good point. Give me one player you like for the Patriots early. Time change your mind, but early, who you like.
Well, a couple things, too, because I think people understand the Patriots may not know that right now, if the season ended, they'd have the 2nd pick. They're only behind the Giants. And it's not because the Giants are 2-13. The Patriots are 3-12. The Jaguars are also 3-12. The Titans, the Browns, and the Raiders. Their strength of schedule is the weakest among those 3-12 teams. So let's say they even win a game. Okay, you're by then, default, strength of schedule is going to get even worse because you just added an L to the Chargers or to the Bills later on in the season. So you've got a little bit of a cushion here, even if you do fall back to 5 or 6, at which point, the quarterbacks, there's always a vacuum at the top of the draft, right? The guys get sucked up there whether they deserve to be there or not. Shadur Sanders, Cam Ward out of Miami, maybe we'll see. Like I don't think it's as top heavy the way you would want to tank, get more assets and trade back because they're just not going to be that coveted. So Will Campbell's my default. He's the most experienced, plays left tackle. I think this honestly just gets downright silly if we're talking about arm length here and 32.5-inch arms versus 33. And there are people that know more about this than me, but I'll say this. Nick Caserio 4 years ago spoke at, and go back to analytics, at Sloan over at MIT and said the Patriots, when he was here, did a study of, we thought arm length for this position, unnamed position, was very important. And it turns out it wasn't. And so, in their opinion, this is shortly after they drafted Isaiah Wynn. Not exactly a win for them in that the draft.
Yeah, very nice.
I'm going to take a 2-minute break after that one.
Okay, Boomer.
Matt Light also fit that. Like, it's a whole package, right? And if you're being swayed with this player by a knuckle, like, what are we doing here? To your point about being imperfect sign. So Will Campbell, experience, high-level play, people who know more right now about the draft than I do, check those boxes, bring them in.
Kendra.
I agree. It's him or Kelvin Banks for me. And here's the thing with me about Travis Hunter. Like, if I'm a Jaguars fan, which I am, and he's sitting there, I think that he's the only obvious answer if you can't get one of these offensive linemen, because I do expect them to probably sit somewhere at 5 or 6, and I don't think that Travis Hunter is going to be there, so it's going to be an offensive lineman. But you know what? I get that Travis Hunter seems like this shiny, bright new toy that everybody wants to have because he plays two ways and nobody does that. But the thing is that, okay, I've talked about this on this show too. Is he going to want wide receiver money? Probably. And while that probably helps the Patriots, I think that his ceiling as a corner is higher. And that's the difference for me. And so I think that he has to make a decision before some of these teams, and that's not going to happen. Both of these teams he's entering the draft under the athlete tag, which he should. He earned the right to do that, and he is a two-way player, but it makes more sense for me if he goes out there and he's honest of, okay, I want to be a wide receiver, I want to make that wide receiver money, or no, I'm committed to being a corner.
You want to talk Patriots with us? 617-779-0985. It's Alex Barth, Andrew Callahan, Kendra Middleton on the Sports Hub.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Man, it's the new...
into a third down in 4+, third and 4.5.
Two down
Three
territory.
receivers left as Douglas widens his split. One receiver right. Gibson off the right hip of May. Left foot forward. He takes the snap waist high. Bills with a 4-man rush. A throw down the right side, and the pass is going to be caught on the right sideline for a touchdown. A perfect throw by Drake May. Amazing throw by the rookie quarterback. Caught down the right sideline.
What a catch.
For a touchdown for New England.
Heard Bob Sosi on the call there. Drake May, the reason that we are talking about the Patriots not needing a tank and just get the kid help because, look, I know his first year's not done and there's the whole CJ Stroud of it going on, but like, box checked, right? Not just that the Patriots have a starting quarterback, but a guy that you can really build around and ideally move forward with, like, big picture. Right?
Yes. Oh my God.
That box is checked now. We're talking about I can use the future word with him, and we're not doing Mac Jones. Well, it was a good rookie year, but we'll see. Like, we're ready to move forward full steam with this.
I'd use a different F word. I'd say franchise.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, I'm sold, and I'm as we discussed.
Yeah.
Analytically inclined. I want numbers. I want data. I want something proven in front of me. This is a classic small sample, swayed by what you want to see. It behooves me to have good football, and that helps with a great quarterback. But the level to which he's playing, with the lack of help around him, that like the power of this sample overrides the size of it. It's insane. This is a guy who comes up when you're playing pickup hoops, crosses half of the other team over 3 times, hit 2 threes, gets 2 blocks, and you're like, okay, this is a small sample. We've been playing for 5 minutes. That dude can hoop.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you can make 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag look good, I'm in. That's all I'd be looking at. Like, this wide receiver group, I mean, honestly, it starts from the top, right? Like, they didn't do him any favors, and they should have. Like, they're not spending any money. If I were a Patriots fan, I'd be really mad at the fact that, okay, their division kind of fell apart towards the end of the season. Like, they could have made, maybe a scrappy, gotten somebody out. That Bills game, we talk about a signature win on this show a lot. That could have been a signature win had they not crapped their pants. And had they had a single, had they signed Calvin Ridley, I think that they'd be in a better spot right now. I get not wanting to spend that amount of money on someone like Calvin Ridley, but to put some insurance in his hands of, hey, I have someone down there that I know that it is least capable, I think would have made this team better tenfold.
And how about the Titans? Just let's sit with that for a second. Like, not literally a second. DeAndre Hopkins was there. They got L'Jarius Sneed, who I was arguing for all offseason, and Calvin Ridley. They have the same record as the Patriots.
Shows what happens when you don't have a quarterback.
Or you swing big in free agency and it doesn't guarantee anything.
Or you let Vrabel go like idiots.
Yeah, like we could spend the next hour listing off the mistakes.
I could spend years talking about the Mayo-eating Titans and their stupid
retirement
fans.
home that is the Tennessee Titans. Did they have Jamal Adams at one point this year? Blitzboy was there.
But know the point I'm making though is and everyone and I hope the Patriots had signed DeAndre Hopkins a year and a half ago.
Right.
They did all the things everyone's been asking for, spending, trades, whatever it might be. And it still hasn't worked out.
Well, I wonder if it would have looked better if they had the guy. Because this is something I think when you talk about the NFL and people say it's not as good as it used to be 10 years ago, and going aside from the physicality argument of it, I think there is a coaching shortage and I think there was a quarterback shortage. We grew up in an era, the three of us, with Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Phillip Rivers. Like, it's going to be so hard to match that. You have this next young group coming up now. I'll take the group from the late 2000s and early 2010s over this group. I will do that.
What?
Yeah.
Over Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, Herbert, all those guys. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to change your mind.
That was a nerd take, not a dork take, Bart.
Well, but look, it's easier to throw the ball now. It's easier to throw the ball now than when those guys are playing. The rules are more favorable to the offense. The schemes are more quarterback friendly. Those guys.
You know who led the league in passing in 2009, Barth?
Who?
Matt Schaub.
Roast him. Drag him.
No, but here's the thing. Down this list, Eli Manning, Kyle Orton, Jason Campbell's hanging around. Now, granted,
I'm not saying all 32 teams were loaded. I'm not saying all 32 teams were set at quarterback. That's far from what I'm saying. And I'm also counting.
It was a defense-led league back then.
I'm counting some guys. Well, look at a guy like Matthew Stafford, who played in both eras. Matthew Stafford was kind of not really an afterthought. He was a first overall pick, but nobody put him in that group. Now he's considered one of the better quarterbacks in the league.
He was playing for the Lions.
he played for the Lions with Calvin Johnson. The team was losing, but he had his chances to be good, and he was good. But
their
there were
defense
so many
did them no
quarterbacks in the league.
favors.
It is a different game. I think the quarterbacks today are playing at as high a level, if not a little bit higher. Granted, it is easier.
I think the structure allows them to do that.
Less practice. Right. They also have a plan B. Like, if the play was perfectly covered, as good and as accurate as Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers and Peyton Manning were back in the day, they're not able to extend plays at all of the guys at the top. And it's not just because you can scramble. Like, back then, that was viewed as a luxury. This is now built into the modern prototype. Can you play make? Like, this is a guy in the NBA, less than 4 seconds on the shot clock. We've run our set play. They defended it perfectly. There's nothing left. Can you create? Can you do something on your own? Mahomes, Allen, Lamar Jackson, even Joe Burrow, longest scramble by a white quarterback this season, by the way, not Drake May.
There's analytics for you.
C.J. Stroud, Jordan Love, Justin Herbert, all these guys can create, and that is impossible to defend over and over again. There's some risk that comes with that. Which, are we going to get to the question here?
So that's kind of what I was setting up, and I think part of it is, the depth of those quarterbacks you had from the previous era. I thought there were just more guys that were true franchise high-level quarterbacks than there are now. But maybe this draft class is, puts the bow on it and catches this era up because Jaden Daniels has been unbelievable.
Yep.
Caleb Williams is trying to turn around.
Bo Nix.
We'll see. He's the best offensive line in the league, and his A-dot is like 2 yards.
Don't,
so we'll see on.
Don't hate on Mike King.
I see. There's some there's some rookie Mac Jones in there, but the point being is Drake May in this group that when we talk about the faces of the league, and obviously the Patriots had no primetime games this year, but look, this Chargers game Saturday gets flexed. Mike Reese a couple weeks ago noted part of the reason. Get Drake May in his own time slot and let people see him. Is Drake May in this, part of this up and coming? And when I say up and coming, Mahomes has been in the league for a few years now. Jackson's been in the league for a few years, but this under 30 quarterback class.
So here are the list of quarterbacks I would take over Drake May for the next 10 years. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. End of list. At number 5, if there was going to be a number 5, and this is very interesting because he'll be here Saturday, is Justin Herbert. And you can make a C.J. Stroud argument. Like, he was incredibly compelling.
Would it not be Jaden Daniels?
I'm still taking Drake May over Jaden Daniels, and I have risks about the frame, and he's been excellent. This is not a knock. Like, let's be clear.
Yeah.
We're talking about the 10 quarterbacks you would want over the next 10 years.
These are
Those
all franchise
on
guys.
the list. Franchise quarterbacks. This is a good place to be.
Yeah.
Great place to be. Okay? But, again, the potential he's shown as a 22-year-old kid who started 2 of his last 4 seasons before he got into New England, and now his coach, his quarterback's coach, is calling him the smartest person in the building. Not a great look for everybody else, by the way. But he's just an incredible, natural quarterback with all of the modern playmaking and prototype, and it's going to be a roller coaster. Brady had some quote-unquote down seasons. You want to go to 2013, even 2009, the stats I have here, not great, coming off the ACL. That's life. But the way this kid has started, how high he's been with the lack of talent, there are only 4 other guys in the league I would take over him for the next 10 years.
Kendra, I'm going to ask you this.
Yeah.
You could trade Drake May for Trevor Lawrence tomorrow as the Jaguars. Would you do it?
No, because I don't want to see them ruin something twice.
Oh, so you for the betterment of Drake May, you wouldn't do it.
I worry about Trevor's confidence. I think Trevor has a high, kind of like a similar ceiling. I just think that.
No, as the Jaguars, I'm saying.
I know. I would take Drake May, but just because I think that they've already killed Trevor Lawrence.
That's fair. I would say that's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
So Drake May on the way up.
But I'm not out on Trevor.
And I'm not. Trevor's still a good option. I'm with you. I think that he's been put in a bad spot and he can still win games in the NFL. But yeah, if I had to pick one of those guys today,
just because he's still young and dumb in the league, barely anybody's had. Urban Meyer hasn't had his hands on him yet. Like he's still young and fresh. And
I don't want Urban Meyer's hands anywhere on any person.
No.
I mean, especially kickers. That was a real issue.
Would you want? Well, that was his feet, right? He kicked his kicker.
Kicked
that's when you know. Would you want Pete Carroll coaching the Jaguars?
No, I've said that was my whole thing about Bill. I don't need this to turn into my head coach wearing diapers on the sidelines. I love him, but this doesn't need to be a retirement home.
It is Florida. That is kind of the whole thing. Well, I guess it's North Florida. It's different.
How many quarterbacks for you? Do you care about this stuff, the rankings and projections and draft?
Yeah.
Would you take over Drake May for the next 10 years?
Jackson, Mahomes,
Allen,
Burrow. I'm with you. I think Herbert is like a draw. I think they're very similar.
No Jaden for you either.
I worry, and this goes back to the draft for me. I worry about Jaden Daniels' durability. I think he's a tremendous player. You know, if I had to go out for one game and win one game today, I think Jaden Daniels may be a little ahead of where Drake May is right now. If we're looking at a 5-year projection, a 10-year projection, I will take Drake May in that scenario. 617-779-0985. You want to talk Drake May? You want to talk Patriots? Andrew Callahan is opening up the phones. If you have a respectful, reasonable question you want him to ask Gerard Mayo today, let us know. We'll go to your calls next, but first, Kendra Middleton with the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right. Lots of Christmas Day sports yesterday. Celtics were not able to secure a Christmas miracle at TD Garden. They fell to the Philadelphia 76ers 118-114. Big thing coming out of yesterday's game is that Kristaps Porzingis did not return to the court after the first half after suffering an ankle injury. And the C's will be back on the court tomorrow to play the Pacers at home. And in other Christmas Day NBA news, the Lakers' Anthony Davis also exited their game against the Warriors last night after suffering an ankle injury of his own. Kansas City Chiefs wrapped up the AFC yesterday and will have home field advantage in the postseason once again after yesterday's win against Pittsburgh. Travis Kelce passed Tony Gonzalez's career touchdown record in this game as well. And in the late game yesterday in the NFL, the Texans' offense was shut out. Lamar Jackson broke the QB rushing record previously held by Michael Vick, and your final was Ravens 31, Texans 2. For Thursday Night Football tonight, we have the Seattle Seahawks on the road to play the Chicago Bears with kickoff at 8:15, and the Patriots take on the Chargers on Saturday. Your expected injury report is going to be Kyle Duggar, Ben Brown, and Marcus Jones. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. I'm Kendra Middleton, and your next update is around 9.
More Toucher and Hardy on the way on the Sports Hub.
Happy
Back here on Toucher and Hardy. No Toucher, no Hardy. Alex Barth, Andrew Callahan, Kendra Middleton. Callahan's out here at the top of the hour, so we're going to wrap up with your calls for him. Again, he's putting it out there. Do you have a thoughtful, respectful question you want him to ask Gerard Mayo today? 617-779-0985. That's on the table. Patriots, Celtics on the table.
No promises, though.
No promises, but he's taking suggestions.
For the people.
I have one more take that I wanted to give, and I'm just going to wedge it in here, and we'll take calls on this too. Do you guys see they're making another Happy Gilmore?
Yes.
No. You guys see that trailer yesterday? They are. I usually hate these stupid Force sequels. They usually end up corporate and bland, but I love Happy Gilmore, so I'll give this a shot. But I have a Happy Gilmore take that everybody hates, but I know I'm right. Happy Gilmore is a hockey movie. That does not mean it is not a golf movie. Movies can be more than one thing. Open your minds. But Happy Gilmore is a hockey movie. I'll give you two big reasons why. First off, within the first minute, they're talking about Terry O'Reilly. That, for a casual sports fan, that's a deep pull. Maybe not here in Boston, but in general. Terry O'Reilly, that's a deep pull. And he's wearing the Bruins shirts. He has the Bruins hat on the whole movie. And second of all, a big focus of the movie is Happy's putting. What is his putter? It's a hockey stick. So it's more of a golf movie than a hockey movie. But feel free to disagree, guys. I consider Happy Gilmore a hockey movie.
I don't even want to respond.
I can't know.
617-779-0985.
Terry O'Reilly, hockey movie.
Yeah.
I mean,
Happy learned how to putt.
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
All right, Steve on the Cape has one for Callahan. Steve, good morning.
What's up, Al?
Good morning. Thanks for taking the call. My question for Gerard is a two-parter. Number one, you said you're going to be a better coach next year. So what steps are you taking to be a better coach? And the second part is, what measurements are you using to prove that you've actually improved as a coach? I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on that. Have a safe and happy New Year, guys.
So I thought it was interesting in the line or two. It said, what is Gerard Mayo going to do this offseason to become a better coach specifically? Because we've heard of coaches, they'll go, to other programs, talk to former coaches, things like that. I'll ask you, Andrew, if you're Gerard Mayo, in terms of improving as a coach, like the Patriots have their own to-do list roster-wise. What should Gerard Mayo's self-improvement to-do list be this offseason?
So just to get to the question here first, from the caller, you'll notice that Gerard's taken a very Belichickian turn with his press conferences. And I'm not just talking about the length of his answers, but the way in which he abides by certain rules, one of which is stay present, right? And I wrote about this 2 Thanksgivings ago, saying you can take Bill Belichick's media playbook to your Thanksgiving dinner table to survive an afternoon with family.
That was good. I remember that.
Thank you. So if he's abiding by this, what he's going to say, look, all my focus is on the Chargers. And that's what he said last week, talking about the Bills and any issues about job security in the future. It just brings it back to the present. So there is a time for this question. I don't think it's this week. I think it'll be next week. Was thoughtful, respectful. Thank you for checking those boxes.
I think he did get asked that a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
Some form of that question. And like you said, kind of just said,
Because
next game, trying to get better every game.
He knows in the same way that the soft comment got out there, or that the you said it, not me. You're speaking to your players at all times, whether they're sitting in front of you with a bunch of dorks like us or not. They're going to hear it. Social, radio, whatever. So he's mindful of that. And so if his message to the team is, Chargers, he's going to say the same thing to us. To answer your question, look, I think there's a lot to do. Number one, get better assistants. And that's going to be a hard sell, right? And I think this is often lost when we talk about head coaches. You're only as good as the people carrying out your game plans. And you know this. Coordinators are the ones often designing those game plans, doing the hands-on coaching. And you look at development. I made a list of 10 problems, 10 biggest problems right now for the Patriots. Number 1 was offensive talent. Number 2 was development. How has Jalen Polk gotten any better? What about Javon Baker? How about Layden Robinson? These guys are getting jerked around, and there's responsibility there. I want better assistance. I'm going to be more consistent in my messaging. I think I'll probably be a little bit tougher than I've been. And he's learning all of this. He's in the job a year too early than the Patriots even planned. A guy who's only been in coaching 5 years. These aren't excuses. It's not the way I would run my coaching search. It's just the reality of the situation. That's where I would start. Who am I hiring? How are we going about our business? How am I reinforcing that every day? Because the culture to me has been more disappointing than I expected going into this season. I thought he struck a nice balance between modern and players coach and what Belichick did versus now it just seems like guys are pointing fingers and aren't all that upset that they're 3-12.
So if Mayo, and we all agree, I think at this point, it seems like Gerard Mayo is going to be back.
Yes.
I think whether or not that's the right decision is another conversation, but if we're just going to go with what should the next steps be based off what's going to happen? Mayo's going to be back behind him. Because you figure there has to be some change, right?
Fall guys.
Right. Whose seat is the hottest? Who is closest to that ledge of being the fall guy?
So this is a great reminder, like I wrote after the Bills game. It doesn't matter what you think, Alex. It doesn't matter what you want. It doesn't matter what anyone else listening to this thinks, or even what I think. It's only what the Crafts think and what they want. Obviously, they're close with Gerard Mayo. They see great potential in Gerard Mayo, and that potential is the same reason he will be back next season, barring a freaking miracle disaster. I don't think they feel the same way about Alex Van Pelt. And this is about seeing what you want to see when there's a gray area, and we know statistically the offense has gotten better. And Alex Van Pelt was in charge of the one position group where they've actually had development this year. Quarterback.
Yeah.
Drake May, you remember, started training camp. How do you look?
He had a ways to go.
Not great. Worse than Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
Statistically, eye test, all of that. He's come a long way. That's because of Alex Van Pelt. But the offense as a whole, you can nitpick the play calling, you can nitpick usage, you can nitpick the rotations, and when you're the only team in the league that hasn't scored more than 25 points, it's an easy sell. Now, would I fire Alex Van Pelt? I don't think so. But I would consider looking at DeMarcus Covington, because that's a guy who's also fairly inexperienced, and that defense is worse than the offense right now.
I was going to say, which group's been more impressive compared to expectations?
I mean, neither have been impressive.
No, that's why I said compared to expectations.
Oh, you know where we came back? Analytics. Expectations.
Oh.
So they both underwhelmed.
Yeah.
And now, how far? The defense, look, they've had issues, the spine of their defense. You always talk about a baseball team, you want to be strong off the middle, catcher, shortstop, center field. Christian Barmore played for a month, wasn't himself. Juwan Bentley, out virtually the whole year. Jabril Peppers, out for most of the year. Kyle Duggar, not been the same. Looks like a high ankle sprain. He's just going to have to wait till the offseason and recover. It's been bad. But around that, fundamentals have been a disaster. So the answer is defense.
How about further down? Like, I look at a guy, you mentioned Jalen Polk and Javon Baker, and I think that's a good reference. They haven't been able to develop wide receivers really ever. It's been a long time that they truly had consistency developing wide receivers, especially the guys they should develop, right? Julian Edelman, Pop Douglas, later round picks they've kind of found. Do you think at the positional coaching level, a guy like Tyler Hughes could be on the hot seat even if Van Pelt stays?
Yes. And this is in no way personal. And the times that we've gotten to speak with Tyler Hughes, and this is not being like, nice guy on the radio, doesn't want to say the thing, be braver, be more negative. He's been a gentleman. He's been thoughtful. He's done his job when it comes to speaking with the media. I appreciate that. That means something to me. I'll say, though, the on-field product is what it is. And Tyler Hughes was not their first choice to coach wide receivers. He's a guy who's never done that at the NFL level. His last job at the University of Washington, he wasn't even a position coach there. So, yes, I think they'll look to get more out of that because the front office is going to go, Jalen Polk looks worse than he did. Forget even the last year when we drafted him as a prospect. He looks worse than he did in training camp. You and I would agree.
Yeah.
And that room has been the most immature position group out of all of them. Granted, they're young guys. But I think that's a position I would look at, just like any NFL team. Right? What are the position groups that are struggling? Well, we can't fire all the players and bring in new guys. We'll do it with a coach. Offensive line, I think, is another area, and maybe some places on defense.
My question would be, obviously, I think that Gerard Mayo is safe. I don't think that that's really in question. But do you think that anyone, like maybe like Shanahan or Sirianni, in some disastrous way getting let go would turn anybody's head?
No, I don't think so because, the question we've all been asking, debating, pulling apart is like, well, Mike Vrabel's sitting right there.
Yeah.
And it's been purported to different levels of what his interest would be. We know Josh McDaniels is local. We know Josh McDaniels is a good offensive coordinator. Is it an appreciable upgrade over Alex Van Pelt? Would it be an upgrade even, given we know the lack of talent that he has? I don't know. So that's the question. And if the Crafts say no to two guys that they not only are familiar with, but love, have succeeded with on the field and on the sideline, I don't think they're taking a swing on anybody else out there, even if they're Kyle Shanahan or Nick Sirianni or whomever it is.
And just to put a bow on that, the other name that we've heard is Ben Johnson. I get the argument for having an offensive head coach. I do. If they are going to move on from Gerard Mayo, which, again, I don't think any of us think they're going to do, to me, it's not about offensive versus defensive head coach. It's about experienced. And replacing one rookie head coach with another rookie head coach. We know Ben Johnson can design and call a heck of an offense.
Right.
Can he lead a room?
For $15 million a year.
Right. Can he be a leader of men? We saw a lot of very talented football coaches in New England under Bill Belichick who weren't leaders. They were great football coaches. Some guys they're coordinators. They're really good coordinators, and that's what they are, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they're not ready to take that next step. Are you going to take that risk with Ben Johnson when that was your chief issue with Gerard Mayo. We'll wrap it up with Andrew Callahan next. Here it's Alex Barth, Andrew Callahan, Kendra Middleton in for Toucher and Hardy.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which player will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Fred to join today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Fred for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in Massachusetts. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Hope is here. Gambling helpline MA.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support. Play it smart from the start. GameSenseMA.com or call 1-800-GAM-1234.
Are you looking for better propane savings and services for your home? Go with Petro. Switch now and get up to $125 free heating propane. Go to petro.com now or call 877-399-8395 today. Propane not available in all areas.
Best Ford of Neshua's final year-end countdown is going on now. We have our biggest inventory of the year. Get 0% APR financing on all new Escapes. Or take your pick. Drive home an Escape Active or F-150 STX for just $299. And your vehicle is worth more than ever. Let us buy it before it gets another year older. The final year-end countdown. Best Ford of Nashua. Don't miss out on Best Sale of the Year and soon.
Back here on Toucher and Hardy, no Toucher, no Hardy. Alex Barth, Andrew Callahan, Kendra Middleton. Andrew Callahan has to go down to Gillette, so he's leaving at 9. He's got to go ask Gerard Mayo tough questions. Yeah, so we got that one call. You get any good submissions on Twitter for that one?
Yeah, we got a couple. Gerard, how would you balance trying to put the best lineup on the field versus trying to get a better evaluation of your young players with 2 games to go? He's spoken to this a little bit. I think it's a good question. 2 final games upcoming. Is there a thought on planning for the future? What you have in your young receivers? It's a similar vein.
Yeah.
And then a couple more of the similar, what are you going to do? What's your measurement for either their growth or your own?
Which I'm with you. I think that's going to be, it's called trash bag day because the day after the last game, the players clean out their lockers. Somebody has big trash bags because it gets messy in there during the course of the season.
It's like every dad yesterday celebrating Christmas, but it's every player in the locker room with the big bag.
So I think that the trash bag day questions for Gerard Mayo, he usually speaks either that day or maybe the next day, will be along the lines of, what's your off-season plan? What are you going to do? How are you going to improve?
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback too. Like that was, people taking their time and thought and doing exactly what we asked and delivered.
Do we know what Drake May got his offensive line?
We do not.
That's a question.
I'm sure it was Mike Reese. Someone reported that Drake and Jacoby, I think, combined on gifts this year.
That makes sense.
But I will be snooping around. We'll be in the locker room.
Good for Jacoby, given the offensive line a gift after those first 4 weeks.
So I asked this to you guys off the air, but I did this 2 days ago with Nick Cattles when we subbed in for Zolak and Bertrand on Christmas Eve. Who would you least want among people in Boston sports climbing down your chimney tonight, a la Santa? Least want. Anyone at Boston sports, media, player, coach, executive.
My brain went right to my least favorite local athlete of all time, which is Julio Lugo, because he's really bad for the Red Sox.
I feel like he'd be a great burglar. You just, he's thin, he's athletic. He could kind of tiptoe around, done a lot of work around second base, just kind of being hot on his feet. He'd be quiet. I don't think he was a big media guy.
I don't know if you watched him play the field. He wasn't exactly fleet of foot out there.
So you think he's just bumbling and stumbling inside your house?
If he comes down the chimney like he plays,
he's a fast guy though.
He was fast. I'll give him that. He was fast.
Yeah.
Kendra.
I feel like Greg Bedard would really scare me in the middle of the night. So no tea, no shade to Bedard. I just think waking up to him in my house would scare me more than anybody else in town.
Greg coming down the chimney with the 3 ups, 3 downs.
Yes.
There aren't many good answers to this question, to be fair. Anyone 3:34 in the morning at your house. And I said this, Tuesday or whenever it was. Yeah, Tuesday. Joe Mazzulla, I know, is just robbing me. The town has seeped so far into his subconscious. He's there to take stuff a la the Grinch and go back, and he's just practicing for breaking into whatever bank he's going to rob.
But I also feel like Joe Mazzulla would be so well prepared.
Oh,
You're not going to know that he was there.
Because he does jiu-jitsu.
You're not going to see him. You're not going to hear him. He's going to be in. He's going to be out.
Porzingis would also be scary.
I just wouldn't want him to break something on the way down. He could fit down the chimney, though.
So skinny.
How about we were going to open it up to this, and Andrew, before you get out of here, I know we got to wrap it up, but we missed this one shot. We'll do it later with Kendra. Biggest dud Christmas gift you've ever gotten?
Dud Christmas gift I've ever gotten. I don't know. I mean, people always go socks. I'll take all the socks. I need them. My mother-in-law has made sure that has happened, and I greatly appreciate it because mine still have holes in them, and I just don't buy socks for myself. So I don't know if I have a good answer. I might text you guys. Once I get out of here and it hits me on the drive, once I'm at parked safely at Gillette, we'll text you my answer. I'm curious though for the listeners, gifts gone wrong. What happened yesterday? You did not get the reaction that you thought, because it happens. Not all of us are the greatest gift givers. Don't have the time or the thought. If it was a little funny now, a day later, it's a secret. You'll just share it between us and anybody else listening. So call it if gifts gone wrong.
617-779-0985. I know, Kendra, you found some of these. There was a trend on social media yesterday.
Oh, yeah, she's got good
ones. Sports jerseys or things like that.
Matt Jones jersey
wanted.
in there.
I found some good ones.
It was like the one I saw, the best one was I asked my grandmother for a Baker Mayfield jersey, and this is what I got. It was a Browns Baker Mayfield jersey.
You want me to read these out before he goes?
Yeah, give us a couple.
So I got a frame signed Kadarius Toney Chiefs jersey.
Ugh.
A Leftwich jersey because someone's mom thought that it was Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah.
A $39.99 Tinder gift card.
Oh, I saw that one. That you have to take some serious personal time after getting that as a gift and reevaluate your entire relationship with your family after getting that as a gift.
A Will Levis jersey and an entire year's supply of Bush's baked beans.
I have so many questions, not about the baked beans, so that's hilarious. About the Tinder gift card. Is that from mom, grandma, cousin? Why do you need to pay that much for Tinder, which was free back in my day?
Well, all dating apps are like paid now. Basically, if you're on Hinge, you have to pay to see hot people.
Thought that was OnlyFans.
Yeah. I did see somebody on Twitter say that they got an OnlyFans. I don't know if it's called a gift card or whatever, but something like that. Yeah.
Wow.
Membership, whatever.
Can you gift like a sub to someone?
I guess so. So, what if that was the same household? That'd be quite the, what is it, the white elephant where you swap gifts?
Yeah, I brought a rotisserie chicken to my, whatever the thing is where you like bring a gift and unwrap it and steal it. I brought a rotisserie chicken this year because I saw that on Instagram.
I would have left with that myself. I would have totally, I would totally take a rotisserie chicken. It's better than anything else you're going to get at a real white elephant.
Barth, what are you doing with the OnlyFans gift card?
Like, I know. He is Andrew Callahan.
Someone on Twitter I saw.
He is Andrew Callahan from the Boston. I told you, Hanukkah. I haven't gotten my gifts yet. I don't know. If I get one,
yeah, he's
I'll let
Jewish.
You know.
Come on.
If I get one, I'll let you know. But I haven't got
Night
my
one's supposed to be a little bit bigger, right?
Yeah, but I was working.
Oh, okay.
So we got $100
but traditionally,
gift card.
Yeah.
Yes and no. It's not like it's not part of like the actual holiday. That's like night one, you do it up big. But most people, it's just like it's night one. Like let's get started. But when you get. We did it that way when I was growing up, but now, like, me and my brother are older. We have other stuff going on. It's really just what night can we both get to my parents? And so it becomes that. So I think that's night 4 or 5 for us this year, whatever that is. He is Andrew Callahan from the Boston Herald. He's got to head down to Gillette Stadium, ask Gerard May the tough questions. This was fun, man. Hopefully we get to do it again soon.
This is awesome. Anytime, guys.
You can check him out for his Patriots coverage today because I will be here. Well, Gerard Mayo's talking. I will be here with Kendra Middleton. Fun hour coming up next. We got to get to some betting stuff, Kendra, because we got a lot of sports the next couple days. I want to hear your thoughts on that. We're going to do that right after these headlines. 90 seconds, no commercials here on the Sports Hub.
Barth, what are you doing with the OnlyFans gift card?
WBZ-FM and HD Boston.
Patriots!
From the opening kickoff to the final play.
Touchdown!
Your home of the pass. 98.5. The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
What a transition. OnlyFans to headlines. Only here on the Sports Hub. Lots of Christmas Day action yesterday. The Celtics, unfortunately, had no Christmas miracle in TD Garden as they fell to the 76ers 118-114. Big story coming out of yesterday's game, though, is that Kristaps Porzingis did not return to the court after the first half due to an ankle injury. The C's will play the Pacers tomorrow at TD Garden as well. And other Christmas NBA news, the Lakers' Anthony Davis also exited their game against the Warriors last night after also suffering from an ankle injury. And in the NFL, the Kansas City Chiefs wrapped up the AFC yesterday and will have home field advantage once again this postseason after yesterday's win against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Travis Kelce passed Tony Gonzalez's career touchdown record in this game as well. And in the late game yesterday for the NFL, the Texans offense was shut out in front of Beyonce. Could not be me. Lamar Jackson broke the QB rushing record previously held by Michael Vick, and your final score was Ravens 31, Texans 2. For Thursday night tonight, we have the Seahawks on the road to visit the Chicago Bears with a kick at 8:15. And the Patriots take on the Chargers on Saturday this weekend. Your expected injury report today is going to be Kyle Duggar, Ben Brown, and Marcus Jones. Sports Hub headlines were powered by FM Generator. The last thing you want is a power outage this winter. Get prepared now with Winco's lineup of portable, standby, and prime generators. Learn more about Winco and schedule now at fmgenerator.com. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. I'm Kendra Middleton, and your next update is around 9:30.
When sports news breaks in Boston,
Officially from the Boston Bruins.
it breaks here.
Boston Bruins general manager Don Sweeney announced today, November 19th, the team has relieved Jim Montgomery of his duties as head coach.
For the latest updates.
Associate coach Joe Sacco will assume interim head coaching duties.
And the analysis.
To me, this isn't enough. I think they got to shake up the locker room.
Stay right here.
We'll see how this goes.
Boston's home for breaking sports news. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Toucher and Hardy.
Such an enticing explosion.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Jackson will keep this time. And look at the speed. Lamar Jackson is gone. Touchdown. Merry Christmas. 48 yards.
This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold'em. Lay our cards down.
Thanks, Andrew Callahan, for stopping by. It's Alex Barth and Kendra Middleton with you for the next hour here on Toucher and Hardy. We got to get some betting stuff with Kendra because we were just talking about Christmas gifts. I'm sure some people just got the good old, parents, grandparents, slip you $50, $100. Want to go put that on some bets because there are plenty of sports on this weekend. So we'll go to. Do you have like a I know you're on over under 98.5, but do you have like a specific Kendra's picks like that? By the way, I'm so sick of this commercial, and it's nothing against her. From ESPN, Molly, you know what I'm talking about,
No.
Kyle? Is it
Molly's Money Line?
Is it Molly Karen? Yeah. Why can't it be Molly's Money Lines? Or the one with Mike Greenberg where he's like, boost it, baby, like that?
Yeah.
So there's Molly's Money Lines. They call me the king of money lines. They should. Is there like a Kendra's whatever?
No, I don't have anything. Outside of our show, I pretty much everything that I give out, I don't give it out on Twitter because I think that it's silly to do that. I charge people a singular dollar on Instagram so I can keep track of whoever wants to talk crap because, you know, it doesn't matter what kind of gambler you are. You could be the best gambler in the world and people will always be like, oh, you suck.
Right.
So
Best gambler in the world's like what, 55, 56%?
yeah, exactly. So if you want to go check up on my stuff, it's all saved. That's the whole point of paying $1 is that if you want to check up on what my ROI is, what I hit, what I didn't, you don't have to scroll through my Twitter. You can just go hit my exclusive highlight on Instagram. It's $1. You can see what I've hit, what I haven't. It's all in one place. Super convenient. So if you're going to talk crap, pay the $1 to do it.
Just $1. $1 to talk crap is just in
That's
general.
what I'm saying.
It's a pretty good. There's a lot of people I
Yeah.
pay $1 to talk crap to. That's a pretty good value right there. So before we get to maybe some of the bets for the games this weekend, NFL slate on Sunday. We've got college football bowl games. Playoffs don't pick up again until Tuesday, but we can get to that if you want. The big one today coming out of those games last night. Even though the Bills lost that game to the Niners a couple weeks ago, Josh Allen's the MVP. Or not the Niners, the Rams, sorry. Josh Allen's the MVP, and it was set in stone. Well, maybe not so much, but Lamar Jackson's still not the favorite even after that game yesterday?
I don't understand why. If my parents or grandparents or anything gave me any amount of money, I would manage my bankroll to put most of whatever it is on Lamar Jackson for MVP right now, still being plus 200 in some places. I think he's plus 180 on DraftKings right now. Do some shopping as always, but I don't understand after last night's game how we're all sitting here and saying, oh yeah, this MVP race is just, it's finished.
It's not just last night's game either. It's what happened last week. Josh Allen against the Patriots defense. And if you look at the comparisons against the Houston defense, like Josh Allen struggled. That was the week before Drake May started. I remember that because everybody's take at the time was you can't make Drake May make his first start against Houston. Look at what they just did to Josh Allen.
And you have to consider that because of what happened yesterday with the AFC, there is no way that Buffalo is going to put starters out there the last week of the season.
That's where I'll disagree with you. Don't count on the Bills being smart. That's a bad bet.
But once again, they're not going to have him stat pad.
They should have run the ball 40 times last week. They did 17 before that final drive to kill the clock. He hurt his hand and they still had him out there trying to throw. So in theory, you're right. They should be handing the ball off and just get through these two games healthy. I gave Sean McDermott too much credit for having a smart game plan last week going into the game. He didn't. I'm going to be cautious giving Sean McDermott too much credit. But why do you think? So why is Allen still a favorite? Is it just Vegas trying to capitalize on stupid people?
No, I think it's more so maybe like voter fatigue on Lamar Jackson a bit. I think that people have loved him from like a voter perspective. Obviously, last season he, went out there and kicked butt and took some names. So maybe that these voters are hoping for something else, something new. I think that people love Josh Allen and want an excuse to love Josh Allen. I get that you and I aren't, his biggest supporters in his personality sense. But there are people out there who love Josh Allen and die by Josh Allen. And people want the Bills to be good the same way that people want the Lions to be good. So I think that that's probably... it might be a Vegas trying to take advantage of stupid people. I don't think that that's Vegas's MO ever because the house always wins. But it's more so just to me, I think that they probably are leaning towards where voters are going to go.
Well, isn't that how the house always wins? By taking advantage of stupid people?
Stupid people are the people who bet parlays. That's how the house always wins.
I have a friend, he wasn't super into sports betting when it started, and he doesn't do it a lot, but when he does, he only does parlays. I'm like, dude, what's the point?
Stupid.
He's just like, it's more. Although I was with him, there for the Patriots bye week, and he hit like a complex one way earlier in the day than he should have. It was wild. It was like a 5-leg parlay hit early in the day. How about Rookie of the Year? Jaden Daniels is the runaway favorite on just about every book, but you have Brock Bowers having a historic year. Drake May maybe got in the race a little too late. Your guy Bo Nix factors in. Like, is there any chance? I don't know if why am I blanking on his name? Lad McConkey mixes in. Is this locked up for Jaden Daniels, or the odds are still long? Should people maybe try to sneak in and grab one of these other guys?
No, odds are too long. Minus 20,000 for Jaden Daniels. There's no coming back from that. I think it's pretty much locked up at this point, which At the beginning of the year, if you were listening to me and Dan, we were both big on Bo Nix. I was big on Jaden Daniels. I split my money between the two of them and threw a couple dollars on Malik Neighbors. So a majority of my bankroll was on Jaden. I had a hee-hee-ha-ha kind of situation on Bo Nix and then just a fun Malik Neighbors situation. So I'm happy with that. I think that anybody who kind of saw this coming, you're a college football person.
Yeah.
Did you see this going anywhere else at the beginning of the season? Because I certainly didn't.
I thought maybe with Caleb Williams, just because I really liked the setting. I underestimated how bad the coaching staff would be, but I liked Roma Dunze. I liked DJ Moore, but they did not put him in a position to succeed. But I figured it would be those two, especially with, it's a nice thought that Drake May could win it in only 12, 13 games, whatever it is. But in some years, he might have been able to. I think the year Drake May's having, some years would be a rookie of the year. This class has come out there's 4 or 5 guys that you look at and you say that's a bona fide rookie of the year season.
Yep.
But really only one of them can win it. All right, who do you like this weekend?
I'm going to say, too, a bonus of listening to the Over Under 98.5 show. Dan and I both split our bankroll between Jared Verse and Quinion Mitchell for Defensive Rookie of the Year at incredible odds. So if you really want to get in on that, listen to our show, because those were the only two people that Dan and I had for D-Roy going into it with good value. So if you got in on that early, you're good to go, in my opinion. But for this weekend, I would say we're getting to a point where it's a player prop weekend for me, or you're going to have to start looking at teams who have playoff implications. That's the whole big thing for me here. So I am looking. Let me ask you this: do the Chargers only being favored by 4.5 points make sense to you?
It does.
Why?
Because you have a West Coast dome team coming up to the Northeast, nasty conditions. And I know it's a new coaching staff, and don't get me wrong, Brandon Daly was a massive anchor on that team. But if you look at Justin Herbert's history up here, it hasn't been good, especially late in the year. I think that's about right, because I think you're going to kind of get the same game you got last year. Also, just the way the Chargers play now, like they're going to grind it out. It's going to be a quick game. There's not going to be a lot of possessions. The clock's going to be running. I don't think the Chargers are going to score a ton. So that I'd probably take the Chargers. What did you say was 4.5?
Yeah.
I'd probably take the Chargers 4.5, but I don't think that's an outlandish number. I think it's going to be somewhere between like a 5 and 10 point game.
See, that's why I'm all over the Chargers this weekend. I don't even think the Justin Herbert angle matters, because this has been such an elite defense all year. Until like week 13, 14, I think they were only letting up less than 21 points a game. There's no way that this Patriots team is going to even sniff that.
No, but I don't know that the Chargers are going to score a ton either. Like I could see this being like a 13-10 game.
See, I think that I don't know. I could see the Chargers putting up 21, maybe letting the Pats go up 10. I think it's going to be like a 21-10 type of game. I think the defense is going to ball out, probably get a defensive score at some point. I think maybe it's the point of the year where Drake May is probably getting frustrated, might throw a pick. We could probably see some defensive scoring on this end. Plus, they're fighting for it. Like the Chargers, their season. I like the Chargers this weekend. Also, I know that a lot of people have been really loving the Broncos, but going up against the Bengals this weekend, Bengals are still fighting for it. I have way more faith in Joe Burrow than I do in Bo Nix. And at this point, I feel like the Broncos are shooting themselves in the foot. That's where I'm at. And Joe Burrow is having hell of a season. I really like them to cover this weekend. Player prop wise, I've been making a lot of money on longest reception stuff this season. I think that weirdly the last couple of weeks, my friend Steph has gotten me on this train. If you're looking to make some, quick money, something like that, I would say look into longest reception stuff. I didn't put in a ton of research for player prop stuff today just because we only have one game tonight.
Right.
But I would say that's something to look into. If you're looking for something tonight, I would say DeAndre Swift being plus money for an anytime is great value. So is Jackson Smith and Jigba at plus 195. That's probably where I would lean. Outside of that, probably nothing from me tonight. I don't love this game just because Seattle has been playing good football for a couple weeks now. They kind of fell off last week, the week before. I'm not sure which week they lost, but they had 4 in a row and then finally lost a game. Chicago just sucks. And I think that Caleb Williams, unfortunately, I don't know. Do you expect Caleb Williams to continue to play like this, or do you think that he can have like maybe the Bryce Young resurgence?
I don't think he's as bad as Bryce Young was as a rookie. Like I don't think it's gotten that bad with Caleb Williams, but like, and I hate to be this guy, but looking at the body language, like looking at his body language, his demeanor and things like that, it's not good. And you just wonder where he's at mentally. And I think for the rest of this season, it's a wash. And look, there's only 2 games left. That doesn't mean that much. I think for the rest of this season, it's a wash. We'll see how he comes back next year. We'll see who the coach is. I think that's a big part of that question. If it is Pete Carroll, which would be wild, by the way, or if it's somebody else. Because if it's Carroll, and I get your point with not wanting him with the Jaguars. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think that should especially apply to a team like the Bears. If it's the Cowboys, Dak Prescott's not old, but he's a little older. You have a complete roster. You're really trying to win now, go, go, go. You want a coach to build and grow with Caleb Williams, and that's not Pete Carroll. So
yeah, that's how I feel about that. I will say, not a bad price for Caleb Williams to throw a pick tonight, minus 125.
It's not bad at all.
I'll be getting in on that.
That's not bad at all.
Because you know he's going to turn it over at some point.
And that Seahawks defense likes to take the ball
Yep.
away. So, you got any betting questions for Kendra? 617-779-0985. Final hour of Toucher and Hardy continues next.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
has been hanging on. Dave, good morning.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey.
Dave.
I heard a couple things that I thought had potential.
Okay.
One, Brandon in Boston called, and he wanted to put the NCAA players into the All-Star game.
Yep.
Also, I heard you guys, I kind of came in the middle, so I didn't hear the whole thing, talking about doing it by division. And does that mean you would do like an East game, a West game, and then a final game?
Yeah, so that's what the NHL does. The two Eastern division, and they do it. It's not a full game. It's like 3-on-3. So my dude, be 3-on-3. Atlanta, I don't even know what the NBA divisions are. They're useless. But yeah, the two Eastern divisions would play, two Western divisions would play. Then you'd have a championship, and it'd be like 3-on-3, half court to 21.
Yeah. Okay. So what if you do like sort of mix them together? My thought was you do two games, one for the veterans, and then you do one game that's rookies and next year's rookies.
Oh, that could be interesting.
So you could do like the dunk contest and the rookie game on one day, and then the skills and the veterans game on the next day, something like that.
Yeah, thanks for the call. That could be interesting. I like rookies versus next year's rookies. I like that. That's what we're talking about here because it is the week between Christmas. I almost said Christmas and Thanksgiving. It is the week between Christmas and New Year's, which is this weird week where time doesn't exist because it's not a weekend. It is still a week, but not really, and everybody's off. And people have, this week has a reputation as being kind of, end of the year. You coast to the end of the year with sorry about that. You get to the end of the year and you kind of just hang out. And among those who have made that joke are, and Kendra, you haven't seen this, are Doug Gottlieb, who is the radio host, but is also the head coach of University of Green Bay, Wisconsin basketball. So he's doing both. And this is kind of a new thing.
I'm reading this right now.
Okay. I kind of like the people. Well, I think I might have sent you the wrong thing, but I kind of like the people that are. You have all these coaches that wouldn't otherwise get a shot. Obviously, Deion Sanders is the precipice of this, but how about Mike Vick in Norfolk State going back to his hometown? I don't know how many people, and Kendra, you're probably not a fan of this guy, but Eddie George, longtime Tennessee Titan, is the head coach of Tennessee Tech. He's doing a good job there. He could be coming up to the FBS level. Now, those are former athletes. It's a little different with Doug Gottlieb, who's a radio host, but he tweeted a few weeks ago, like a meme, that was basically just about grinding to the end of the year and what the calendar looks like at the end of the year. And what it was, it's a post on social media, and it's a calendar in December, and all the days are different colors. The first week it says pretend to work. Second 2 weeks it says don't even pretend anymore. And then there's destroy your body with food and alcohol, say you're going to start shopping for Christmas. But the whole idea is like everybody kind of phones it in December. Well, when you're coaching a college basketball team, you can't really do that. So he posted that. His team's in last place. Who else calls him on it but Adam Schefter from the moon, reminding him he's in last place?
Well, so I'm reading this thing now.
I missed a step in there. You can fill in the blank.
I was going to say you missed the part where they have this beef because he was talking crap about Schefter's reporting about what this NIL money would be for this hiring. And my first question for you would be, are you pro clapping back at your haters online, or are you the type who just keeps scrolling?
I pick my spots. I don't do it often. I'm not going to do it if I'm not totally convinced in what I'm going to say. And I feel like if you're not doing it constantly, it means more when you do.
Yeah, I would say because of the nature of hate that I get because of being a girl, I clap back.
And when I said that's my strategy, it's different. Yes.
I clap back at people more often, but just because it's easier. Because if your whole thing is, well, shut up, you're a girl, it's really easy to just dunk on you. Whereas I don't feel like Shefty really balls on people very often, which makes this even funnier. Like I would never punch up. Actually, I would punch up, but I have punched up and I do punch up, but like it would take a lot for me to go after Shefty.
But no, this is like a thing with him now. So he went after Gottlieb, and then I don't know if you saw this yesterday. This is the reason I brought up Pete Carroll earlier and asked you about it. Pro Football Talk Florio wrote a report about Carroll getting to the NFL, and Schefter just replied with, everything you say here is 100% wrong. Keep up the guesswork and Merry Christmas. That's not what you expect from Schefter.
No.
That's what you expect from some idiot on his couch. And I don't know what happened. Woj left. I guess Jeff Passan was always kind of like this, but all the Schefters now getting after it. Passan, Pete Thamel's been a little more willing to go out there. I like it too. Well, but part of the reason I like it is it's rare. If he starts doing this all the time, it's going to become watered down.
Yeah.
But
Twitter's become so much worse lately, though. Do you feel that way? Because I think Twitter has become insufferable.
It was always pretty bad.
I think it's worse.
It's a necessary. People are surprised when I say this. Oh, we have a name for the week, Coast Week. It's not bad. You just kind of coast through it. So on the Twitter thing, people are surprised when I say this, and my friends don't believe me when I say this because I'm on my phone too much when I'm around them, whatever. If I didn't do this for a job, I would not have social media. I can't stand it. I limit what I do have because I understand, and poor Barth, he has to be on social media for work. That's so tough. Like, I get it. This is an annoying problem to complain about, but I limit it for what I think I really need to get my stuff out there so people can read it and people can listen to it. I deleted Snapchat right after college. I don't use Facebook anymore. I never got into TikTok. The Be Real thing bugs the crap out of me.
I love Be Real.
It's so dumb.
See, I'm not a Snapchat or Facebook or anything like that, but I like Be Real.
Oh, you're having a good day with your friends? Hey, interrupt it to look at your phone. Kyle looks confused. Do you not know what Be Real is?
Not a clue.
So Be Real is, and Kendra, tell me if I'm wrong, because you're on it and I'm not, so you should probably be explaining this, but I'm complaining about it.
Okay.
So Be Real is, like, once a day, randomly during the day, your phone buzzes and it's like, it's time to be real. And you have to take a picture, and it takes one picture with your front and back camera at the same time, right? Mm-hmm. And then that's the post. And it's basically like supposed to be, because social media is so fake and touched up, and it's being real. And if you wait to take the picture till you're doing something cool, I think it's 15 minutes, right? It tells people.
And it tells people if you retake the photo a bunch of times.
First of all, you shouldn't be, if that's the point of what it is, you should not be able to retake the photo. I'm just going to say that right now. You shouldn't be able to retake it. If it's being real, don't retake it because now you're not being real. That's a huge flaw in the system. I will say there was an SNL skit a couple of years ago where some guys were robbing a bank and they had to do the Be Real during the bank robbery, and that was kind of
That's
funny.
pretty good. I don't think I would be, if I were born not in if I were a Nepo baby, which I am absolutely not whatsoever, I would not have social media either at all. I wouldn't.
It bugs me.
If I were a Kardashian kid, you would not hear from me.
But they have to. That's their whole thing.
No, because look at Rob.
Okay. I don't know that much about the Kardashians. It's a shocker, I know, right? That I'm not.
Yeah, but that was just an example.
Up with the Kardashians guy. No, I know what you're saying.
But he doesn't have social media. He just minds his business
Good
and has
for
his
him.
kid and he doesn't want any of that crap.
Good for him. But there are those rare instances, Adam Schefter dunking on Doug Gottlieb and Mike Florio, that do make it tolerable from time to time.
I would like more of. I love when Mina Kimes dunks on people. She is funny.
Yeah, she does a good job. I mean, they give her such low hanging fruit. How can you not?
Exactly.
Right.
Welcome.
She was good yesterday, even not dunking.
She was awesome. Wait, I want to talk about the Netflix broadcast.
Yeah. So what'd you think?
So I thought that the quality was really good. That was something I saw people talking about a lot. I hated the first crew of color and play-by-play. I don't want to obviously talk negatively about them, but I thought that they were terrible.
Yeah.
I loved the panels half pre-post. I loved the combo of Mina, RG3, Manti Te'o, and Kay Adams. I thought that Kay Adams and Mina Kimes together were a dream come true. I thought Kay Adams looked so stunning yesterday. It was unbelievable. I need more of them together. I don't think that in the first game, JJ Watt didn't speak at all. I don't think he contributed anything.
Only when he was talking about TJ.
Yeah, I don't think that he contributed anything to that broadcast.
Was that his first time in the booth for a game?
I think maybe.
Because he's done studio stuff with CBS, but I don't think he's done the booth.
I agree. I think that was a
so
first for
that's
him.
a tough spot. 3-man booth. Your brother's playing. It was very clear he wanted to watch his brother.
Yeah.
So
Did you see the pictures of him on the field with him?
No.
Oh, I think it might have been. I don't know if it was pregame or halftime, but he was down there, coaching him up, talking to him, that kind of thing.
That's a tough spot. It's a tough spot. I'll give him some leeway there because I, broadcast dork and I love this stuff. I actually think I saw you tweet about it yesterday.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the score bug?
I hated it. I thought it looked like it was from 1970.
It was, and I usually have very strong opinions on those because, again, I'm a lunatic. If you don't know, technical term, score bug, it's the scoreboard that they show on the screen. That was so aggressively meh.
I hated it. And the Netflix thing looked like the Nintendo 64 label before it was cool.
It did
like
kinda
before
look
they
like that.
before they balled out with it. I also thought that the cake eating was awkward because none of the
What was that? So I was working Celtics, so I missed some things.
Okay, so did you see the little like footballs that they had?
No.
Those, they're like, you know how like they do the turkey leg for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
They had like footballs that were like red velvet cake, and none of the players wanted to eat it, and they were like so badly trying to get the players to like eat the cake and have a reaction in both games.
That's stupid. No, leave the Thanksgiving stuff for Thanksgiving.
And
That's stupid.
I did like the jackets for Christmas Day. I thought that the Santa jackets were kind of cute.
I didn't need the Andy Reid one. We're going to be seeing that from now until the end of time. That was like, yes, we know he looks like Santa.
Well,
We
no,
get it.
but like the red jackets that they gave Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, and then Derrick Henry and
that
Lamar
was fine.
last
Yeah,
night,
that was
I
fine.
liked those were cute.
That was fine.
Yeah.
Andy Reid, I don't know. Call me a curmudgeon. Andy Reid as Santa is like, yeah, of course.
The most predictable thing.
Right.
Of all time.
Very, very. So was that going to be? Well, but were we going to get Mike Tomlin Santa if the Steelers won? Was that like
No
set up for
chance.
either coach? Well, yeah, the league was making sure the Chiefs won that game. 617-779-0985. Final full segment with Barth and Middleton next.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, party people, we are almost done here, but lots of sports going on midweek with Christmas yesterday. Unfortunately, it was not a Christmas miracle for the Celtics at TD Garden. They fell to the 76ers 118-114. Big story out of this is that Kristaps Porzingis suffered an ankle injury and did not return for the second half, but the Celtics will be home against the Pacers tomorrow.
It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Is brought to you by D'Angelo Grilled Sandwiches, freshly grilled, freakishly good. The D'Angelo Classic Steak and Cheese, savory steak and melty American cheese, piled high on golden brown bread. Devour one today.
Sounds pretty good right now. We were talking earlier, bad Christmas gifts, and there was a good number going around on Twitter yesterday. One more that I saw before we get back to your list, and I knew this was going to happen. So when Madden releases their games, it's a year ahead. So Madden 25 comes out in 2024. Madden 24 comes out in 2023, right? On and on and on and on. Except, I think it was 2014 or 2013, 14, right around there. It was the 25th anniversary of Madden, and they called it Madden 25 for the anniversary. I guess thinking the world would end before we get to this point, or more likely their game would end based on the caliber of game they were putting out at that point. So this year, Madden, they didn't change anything. They didn't even change the order of the words. Madden NFL 25. I saw a couple on Twitter. I wonder how many kids asked for Madden 25 and got a 10-year-old video game because, well, honey, this one was only $1 at the store versus $70. Like, I still can't believe that they did that. Yeah, that was not kind of thinking ahead on their part. I took the time to look up some bad gifts. Yeah, I like the jersey ones. Either the jerseys where it was like the Baker Mayfield jersey, but it's the Browns, or Fanatics had a rough day yesterday. Fanatics did have a rough day yesterday. Would you rather have the Will Levis jersey just straight up, or would you rather have the signed framed Chiefs Kadarius Toney? Well, but it wasn't even a Chiefs jersey. It was like that yellow jersey they wore once 20 years ago. Probably the Will Levis jersey, because that's a good like knock around. Like the other one's signed, so you feel like you kind of have to be careful with it. Oh, I would break that John open and use that. That's also like an objectively funny jersey to have. My brother has a Jamarcus Russell Raiders jersey. It's awesome. I have an embarrassingly bad Jaguars jersey collection. Like, all right, hit me with some of these. I have Dante Fowler Jr. I have the like Salute to Freedom one or whatever. I have Matt Jones. I was literally going to ask you about Matt Jones. I have my Matt Jones jersey is my favorite jersey. Well, it's one of the like good ones, right? Is it from the OG era? Yeah. I have that. I have a bunch of Leonard Fournette jerseys. I have a bunch of Leonard Fournette jerseys. Yeah, he wasn't there that long. Yeah. I don't know. Like, there are worse things to have, though. Like, he was, I guess, playoff Lenny's kind of the man. That's kind of a timeless one. That's not a bad one to have. My worst is probably Taven Bryan. I don't even remember who that is. Oh, he played at Florida. He kind of like has had a cup of coffee across the league, but he was like supposed to be this like big whatever. I have a Caleb Chase on jersey. No, why can't the guy from Oklahoma State? You know who I'm talking? The receiver. They still own his rights. I can't believe I can't think of this. I can't believe I can't either. My brain's. Do you know who I'm talking about? Yeah, no. We're almost 4 hours into this. I'll tell you this. I have. So I stopped getting like pro jerseys a couple years ago because I'm like, I don't really want to get jerseys of people younger than me, and I cover the Patriots, and like, you know, it hit a certain point like that. So I got into like movie jerseys. So I have a Shane Falco jersey. Oh, man. Or just college jersey. I got a Colt Brennan Hawaii jersey. This one I'm very proud of. I went to a tailgate a couple years ago, 2 years ago, with some of my friends, and we had a bet. Whoever had the weirdest jersey won. Whoever got the most compliments on their obscure jersey. I have this is a real thing, Johnny Manziel, Hamilton Tiger Cats, Canadian football. Not only do I have a Johnny Manziel Canadian Football League jersey, I have the jersey of the team he was on in the Canadian Football League but didn't play for. That's crazy. I also have a Milwaukee Bears Joe Cooper jersey. I'm proud of that one. Okay. I have one of the like old Mac Miller basketball jerseys. That's pretty cool. I have a bunch of like lacrosse jerseys. I always wanted the, speaking of basketball jerseys, and I never got around to getting it. I wanted in college the Toon Squad jersey. Yeah. I have a Jacksonville Jaguars hockey jersey, actually. That's pretty cool. Okay, Justin Blackmon. I can't believe I couldn't think of that. Justin Blackmon, yeah. Who the Jaguars still own his rights. Yeah, I do actually have a Justin Blackmon jersey. Okay, the list you were going, I'm like, Justin Blackmon should be on here. How about Brian Anger?
No, I
picked over Russell Wilson?
I have close to I want to say I probably have close to 70 jerseys right now. And most of them are just terrible Jags picks, which is why now you either have to be like a Matt Jones situation or it has to be like make a Pro Bowl. Like I would buy a BTJ jersey now just because like even if they do get rid of him, he had such a good season.
It's for his rookie year. That's probably not a bad investment. That'll be timeless. But you got to get. I guess the Jags jerseys are now better. The ones that are in the 2-color helmet and all that, the Maurice Jones-Drew era, those were terrible.
Yeah, which I want the throwback Prowler that they did this year anyway, just because they're going to go away.
This is a good one from Kyle. Tavon Austin. I'd get a Tavon Austin, West Virginia jersey. I would absolutely get that.
That's a good one.
100 big ones. What else do we got from yesterday for bad gifts, Kendra?
I'm still stuck on the Tinder gift card.
That is mind-blowing. I can't believe they even sell those.
I can. I mean, pretty much all the dating apps are purchased now. Have you ever, I know that everybody does like the white elephant thing. Have you ever gotten like something insane in a white elephant?
So it's not that I got something insane. I had one a few years ago and it was a good number of people. It was probably 20, 25 people. Every gift but 2 was a Dunkin' gift card.
I feel like that's so New England.
So nobody thought to make a rule of like no gift cards.
I like the scratch offs though. Does that count?
No, that's not a gift card. That's different. But it was like all the gift cards weren't for the same amount either. So you were still like trading. It just turned into every time everybody made the same dumb joke. Well, I guess I'll take the Dunkin' gift card. And it was incredibly New England. And then one of the other ones was a Starbucks gift card. And then there was like...
See, I don't hate that either. I'd rather have something I would use than like some piece of crap.
Well, the other one was it's called Rocks glass set, like tumbler glass set. So that was kind of nice.
I saw someone this year do have you seen like the sea monkey aquariums?
I'm surprised you haven't done that yet. You've got the shrimp, you've got the snails.
I know. My snails are coming in the mail today.
Oh, the snails aren't here yet?
No, they're coming
snails?
today. 30.
So you need names for them.
I thought about just naming them all Gary. I've gotten too attached to the shrimp and a rather high percentage of them die through like the transition between like a new tank and like travel.
So you don't get that many to have that many. It's more of an insurance policy.
Yeah, but they also they like to be in large numbers and they breed at a rather high rate. Like I can't. So I'm having like an algae bloom right now because I had to keep a lamp on them because it got so cold for a hot minute. So I can't just change all the water out at one time right now because I have very, very, very small shrimplets that if I were to do that, I wouldn't be able to see them to get them out of the water. So I'm doing all of the like new plants and filtering 20% of the water and getting the ammonia out. I got snails, like all that stuff just because I don't want to mess with my shrimplets.
So do the snails go in the tank with the shrimp?
Yeah.
Okay. So
they're algae eaters, which is why I got them because I'm having the algae bloom, which is really common with new tanks. But yeah, I'm trying not to mess up my shrimplets' lives.
To go back to white elephant, because I have no transition there. Have you seen the people that are doing like parlays?
Yes. I think like, that's so smart as long as they're good.
A 5-leg parlay. I love that.
Me too, especially because like if you put like I don't know what is it $20 down, so people are getting like 40 grand back for these things. I'm like, this is crazy.
But how pissed are you going to be if that hit? Like you have to also bet that for yourself, right? Because if you just gave that away,
I think it depends on if you're a casual or not. Because then like honestly, you're just throwing away $40 at that point. Because I'm so anti parlay.
Well, just taking that bias out of it, like does it? All right, let's say you're doing a parlay for white elephant. Does it cheapen the idea of the gift if you also take that bet personally?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because now it's not... Now, I might look at it and say, no, the gift is we get to ride this roller coaster together.
So then do you split it? I put $10 on myself and $10 on you?
Yeah. Well, no, so you do it because what people do is like they print it out.
No, I know, but my question is like, let's say you have a $20 cap. Do I spend the $10 and me and you so that we're in it together, or do I put 20 on you?
No, you put 20 on it. Well, then it's all right. So the gift is 20, but I'm only putting 10 because I don't think this thing I just gave you as a gift is going to happen. So then you get into that. Do you have to take the bet if you do it as a gift, or do you not? Would it be rude?
I personally think that I would do the 10 on that for you and 10 on it for me because then you know that I put the effort in, but I'm not kind of cheating, I guess.
Okay, and then the gift is you get to enjoy that.
Yeah.
That together, because it is that's honestly my favorite thing. Like if I'm just sitting at home alone watching a game, I might not bet on it, but like I went to the Encore last week with my friends for college football playoff, and it's I was asked, what are we doing? Like I'm in this for the experience. Let's go through this the stupid field goal that SMU kicked pointlessly instead of going for it on fourth down. Cost me my under. I want to be angry with people. I don't want to be angry alone. I want to be angry with people. And that's my favorite part about sports betting is having a community of people to be angry with.
I don't hate that. Yeah, I guess I get that. I do think that it would have to be all right, let's ride it out together, because otherwise you're just throwing away the money, and it's not like I didn't put effort and time into creating this beautiful parlay for you.
Maybe next year, Sports Hub, what about like a specific white elephant, parlay white elephant, where it's all parlays, and so you're choosing the best parlay.
People would probably fight over like Dan and Joe's.
We might have to do this. I kind of want to see what would happen.
And I'll just bring a rotisserie chicken as like the wrench and everything.
Remind me next year we are doing a rotisserie chicken and parlay white elephant at the Sports Hub. I think we got to lock. Kyle, you in? All right, I think we got to lock this in. Last segment coming up next on Toucher and Hardy.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Every Friday morning at 7 a.m., Toucher and
Wrapping it up here on Toucher and Hardy. No Toucher, no Hardy. It's Alex Barth, Kendra Middleton. Got you for another couple minutes, and then Nick Cattles and Phil Perry will be in here for your 10 to 2. Kendra has a pitch. So we're coming up on the end of football season. Then it is draft season, shifting into draft mode. Obviously, big time of year here at the Sports Hub. Obviously, I'll have all your draft coverage, 98.5, thesportshub.com. But Kendra has something she wants to add to the draft coverage this year. It's not just for me. Ideally, if she gets her way, I won't do it. But it's station-wide, Kendra.
I've talked about this before, but I really feel like we should do a station combine. And Barth brought up that we should make it more radio friendly, like how fast could you do an ad read and stuff like that, which it could be like sponsor galore situation.
Yeah.
Like, do you know how much like sponsors would pay to watch Felger read an ad as fast as he could, or Zoe? Like, people would line up to pay for that, but I just think it would be so funny, especially if we mixed, like Barth suggested, doing something like that with physical stuff.
Well, we could mix it. So my jumping off point was we have a candy bowl down the hall that people like to frequent, right? But it's kind of far, and like you should be able to get there and back during a break. So it's like, how fast can you get to Candy Bowl and back instead of a 40, right? Something like that.
I still want to see Zoe throw the orange.
I wanted to pitch like a Zoe Milton thing last year, and it just never happened. But
I wish that it did. I also think it would be funny if I bet that Zoe puts up weight and reps.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
Benching. Like, that is the one thing that I'm like, okay, Zoe would eat at that.
I'm sure he does, but like, how many people here are you going to get to do that?
Okay, so who would be, all right, let's say we get the Barth way. Who would be your Sports Hub combine winner of that? And then who would be your like regular combine winner?
We'd have to come up with the events. Like, I don't know. It would depend on the events, but I think the headlines guys, because the headlines guys are doing all the reads, right?
Yeah, so but it wouldn't be McCone or Wallach.
Well, I would love to hear McCone speed read an ad, because we know
I think
what
he
happens.
Would just laugh.
Well, we know what happens when McCone, Llama Kia Realty.
that was Glasheen.
Oh, which one was McCone?
I don't know. The Llama Kia Reality was Glash.
It was?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'd have him. McCone had one of those too. I'm sorry, Tim. Like, you'd get. It's not so much who would win it. It's just like what would happen from it.
It'd be very clickbaity.
Yeah.
I think athletic wise.
So what would your events be? What would your events be for the Sports Hub Combine? What are we doing? So we're doing 40, we're doing bench.
I think if we do 40 bench, I want to see...
Are we doing measurements? Are we figuring out how long everybody's arms are?
No, I want to see people jump.
Okay.
I think that's probably... Those would be my big three. I think if you go outside of that, people are probably...
Broad jump or... what's it? Broad jump or vertical?
Vertical. I mean, we could probably do... Yeah, I feel like that's probably the vibe. Once you get a little too far from
Somebody's going to pull something if they do the 3-cone drill. It might be me. It very well might be me. We'll see.
I think T-Bone would eat.
Well, yeah, T-Bone would probably be pretty good. We have some time to put this together, because ideally we do it right around the regular combine, right?
Yeah, I still think Felger would probably take home the anything that you came up with.
Maybe, yeah, probably. Always. Thanks to Andrew Callahan, who's down at Gillette, where Gerard Mayo will be speaking momentarily. I'm on my way down there now. I'll have coverage on 98.5 thesportshub.com. It is Phil Perry, Nick Cattles next. I'll be back tomorrow with Phil, 10 to 2. Kendra Saturday. With Dan Lifshatz on Over Under 98.5. We'll talk to you then. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye.
ZFM and HD Boston.
Patriots!
From the opening kickoff to the final play.
Touchdown!
Your home of the pass. 98.5. The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
All right, party people. Lots of sports going on midweek with Christmas yesterday. Unfortunately, it was not a Christmas miracle for the Celtics at TD Garden. They fell to the 76ers 118-114. Big story out of this is that Kristaps Porzingis suffered an ankle injury and did not return for the second half. But the Celtics will be home against the Pacers tomorrow. In other NBA Christmas Day news, the Lakers' Anthony Davis also exited their game against the Warriors last night after also suffering an ankle injury. And in